All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 2 of the Continental Football League. Tall City Black Gold versus Texas Syndicate. We're here on an unbelievably gorgeous evening in Midland, Texas. And, we have a kickoff slated for 7 o'clock Central Time, so just under 25 minutes from now. Last game, if you guys remembered, we had a little bit of a delay, and looks like we're not going to have any sort of issues with that today. Joining me live today is the voice of the Tall City Black Gold, Rob Hernandez. Rob, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great. Excellent night for football. Can't wait to get it started.
Well, we had a little bit of a showcase of what this team was, sort of slated to look like. However, this week we're going to see quite a few changes at all levels on both sides of the football. Excited to see where all of that plays out. We'll run through the lineups in a couple minutes, but just a quick recap. We were supposed to have a game last week in Fort Worth against the Fort Worth Braves. And, just some of the wrinkles that need to get ironed out on a new league. Sometimes the operational infrastructure just doesn't work out with some of these teams. And, they had to hit pause on some of their operations. So that game was officially classified as a bye week. However, the Syndicate did end up playing the San Antonio Toros. And we have some highlights that we're going to show that in a couple minutes. Bottom line is, Syndicate had an opportunity to get some game film over our way. And, Coach, before we jump into the highlights, what does that mean from having that extra week to sort of regroup after that preseason game and then getting that Syndicate film to sort of study and prep for a game plan today?
Well, you can rest assured that we're well rested, that's for sure. Having an off week last week, and then we got to watch the game actually live. So a lot of these players got to sit down and watch it last Saturday night, got to watch the football game and see, who they would be lining up against and, how they'd fare against it. So that can either be a positive for us, or since the Syndicate got to play, it could be a positive for them. We've seen it work out two different ways. I don't believe it's an advantage on either part. We knew what the Syndicate was going to look like anyhow. They seen us play already, so they kind of got a little bit of an idea of what we want to do schematically. I really prefer to play a football game. That's how you get better with repetitions. And we didn't get to play one, so I think they might have a little bit more of an advantage, even though they got slapped around a little bit on that football game. However, they still got out there and got to get some reps in, and it's just hard to simulate those game reps. We can practice all we want against our ones and twos, but getting those game reps is how you really get better.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at those highlights from Week 1. Syndicate hosting the San Antonio Toros.
Week 1, Continental Football League South Division, Syndicate hosting the Toros in Austin. All San Antonio in this one. Early in the first quarter, special teams come up big for the Toros as the edge rusher gets a clean break and blocks the Syndicate punt. San Antonio all over it at the 10-yard line, setting up the offense with an early red zone opportunity. Questionable non-call on what looked like to be a false start on the right tackle left the Syndicate secondary frozen as the Toros QB finds his receiver at the back pylon for an early 7-0 San Antonio lead. Late in the first quarter, yet another red zone chance for the Toros. Quarterback throws over the middle and almost picked off by the Syndicate linebacker. It really should have been a turnover and a possible momentum swing. Ensuing play after the turnover, running back takes the handoff from the quarterback, finds his pulling tackle off the edge, and scampers his way into the end zone for the Toros score. Taking a closer look, the running back bounced off of several of the Syndicate defenders, poor tackling at the second and third levels, and just like that, the Toros jump out to a 14-0 lead. Multiple 3-and-outs by Austin's offense led to yet another offensive opportunity for the Toros, and on the next possession, they strike again. This time on a screen pass to the running back who lets his blocks form in front of him, finds a seam up the sidelines, and darts straight to the pylon, capping off his second first-half touchdown and extending the Toros' lead, 21-0. With about 3 minutes left in the half, Toros drive stalls outside the red zone, so this time they turn to their kicker, who blasts a 41-yard field goal, giving the Toros a 24-0 lead. After another quick offensive possession by the Syndicate, the Toros take one more shot late in the first half, but this time Austin's coverage is too strong and the ball is picked off in the end zone. Checking out another angle here, it was really well played by the defender as he read the quarterback and undercut the route before the receiver could make the adjustment and go back for the ball. And with that, the first half closes with the Toros lead 24-0. On to the second half action. Toros continue to roll on their first possession. Quarterback finds his receiver on a flag pattern for a big 30-yard gain deep into Syndicate territory. The drive stalls, however, leading to a field goal attempt, but the holder can't control the snap and the kick barely gets off the ground. The Syndicate special teams recover the botched kick and return it for about 10 yards, hoping that something could ignite their offense. But once again, the Toros' defensive front stands up strong. Late third quarter, Toros turn to the ground game for a big 20-yard gain, setting up the offense once again for a red zone opportunity. And similar to the end of the first half, the Syndicate secondary make a big play to cause a turnover as the corner presses the receiver just enough to throw off the timing of the route and lead to the interception. Worth another look because it was an incredible catch by the corner. As he bobbled it, he looked like he was able to secure possession and drag that left foot on the turf to complete the turnover. On to the fourth quarter Continental shift where the Syndicate are desperate for any positive momentum. Instead, they find themselves going backwards. The sustained pressure by the Toros front four was just too much for the Syndicate offense to handle. And your final score, San Antonio takes this one 24-0 on the road and an early South Division lead.
Well, Coach, a lot of things that happened in that game. I saw a lot of missed tackles, a lot of missed timing defensively, not being able to bring guys down. I'm sure they worked on a few of those elements this week, but if this film showed us anything, it really proved that if you pressure the quarterback and you keep their defense on the field, you're going to be able to establish a running game, which we proved we could do in the second half of our last game, and really execute that. But what are your thoughts when you watch the game film, and how should we approach this particular game against a team who has those necessary reps that you referenced?
Well, it was apparent when I watched the film. Their offensive line struggled mightily, blocking that defensive front four for the Toros. We have a really good defensive front four ourselves, led by Praise Amiwale, a real good one out of UTEP, 6'3", 250-pound defensive end. Hits where it starts with us, that pass pressure on the defensive side, especially when they go back to throw the football. That's going to be one of our strengths, as we saw last week or the couple of weeks back when we played the Texas Herd. We get after you. We get after you, and we're going to be able to get after you with that front four. And with Coach's scheme, he's going to send a bunch of exotic blitzes like he did a couple of weeks ago when we played. And I think that's going to be the difference, especially for our defense. We have given up nothing all season. Clean sheet last time we played. I'm willing to bet that the defensive side of the ball is going to try to keep that going this week. And I think the extra reps that they got, even though they did get outclassed and they got beat in that game against San Antonio, a lot of that was self-inflicted. A lot of it was. You're going to see a lot of, missed tackles and stuff like that because we just don't get to hit a lot. And those reps happen in the game. It's not at practice anymore. We used to be able to get that out in practice. We don't do too much live hitting anymore. And so, having said that, I do give them an advantage because they got to play a football game. Having said that, I believe we're going to be okay, though. We got a good team and good schemes, and I think we'll be fine.
I agree. And I'm pretty sure the coaches ran through as much as they could throughout the weeks leading up to this game because we did have a couple weeks to shake up a couple things, including some of the lineup changes. We'll be right back after a quick word with the starting lineups. This is the Tall City Black Gold pregame show brought to you by Diamondback Energy.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
All right, and we are back. All right, so we're sitting here through the pregame. Let's talk a little bit about some of the starting lineups that we got cooking. So on the offensive side, again, we did have a few different shakeups. So we're going to run through that, and we're going to pull up that graphic right now with the Tall City Black Gold offense. Starting at quarterback, this is one of the newer changes. We have Chris Barrett, number 10. Running back, this is our boy from the second half last week, Coach, a real bulldozer of a running back, the big Trey Coleman. And he did eclipse over 100 yards in that second half last week. So we're excited to see how he can really establish the offense and open up some of those passing game plays that, Coach Ford really wants to implement. Moving a little bit more on the offensive side this week is Josh King Bradley. He played defensive end for us in that preseason game, but he's moving to fullback, and he's going to get some touches too. So, it's going to be nice to see what he can pull out. On the wideouts, we do have some playmakers, and again, the story of our preseason game was trying to get the ball in their hands to see what they're capable of. We hear nothing but great things from these gentlemen, and starting at the wide receiver slot, number 11, Zatarius Anderson. Then we have Caleb Joliet, number 3. He had the touchdown in that preseason game. Then we have Cameron King. He's number 18. Matthew Riancetta, he's our left tackle. A couple shakeups on the O-line, too. We have James Taylor, number 71 at left guard. Guillermo Gonzalez, number 64. I was corrected on his name. It's not Guillermo, it's Guillermo. And then Youssef Bey at right guard, number 63. And then the right tackle, Kevin Piergro. And forgive me if I mispronounced that one, buddy. You're gonna fill me in. Guillermo did mention that he has been practicing on his snaps during the couple weeks off here, so that was a big concern that we had in that preseason game. Coach, what are your initial thoughts when you look at an offense and some of the shakeups that we made?
Well, starts with QB1. QB1 was a problem for us in the first week. I mean, no disrespect to whoever was on the roster, but it just didn't go good. We didn't move the ball with efficiency. We had a lot of 3-and-outs. Primarily, we scored because of the defense the last game. And whenever you're playing good teams, good physical, teams that are well organized, you have to be efficient with the football, and that all starts with QB1. They brought in a kid named Chris Barrett. He's a 6'2", 220-pound youngster from West Virginia. He went to Wesleyan Junior College or college out there in West Virginia.
9.
And he's a good-looking one. I've seen him up close. I've been out to a practice out there. Go watch him. He's really accurate. I think he's going to run a good. I think he'll run a good system for us out there and get the ball in the playmaker's hands in space. Darius Anderson is a guy that we have to get the ball to. I've been told he is the guy. I know we had Joliet make a play for us last week. He did a tremendous job. Joliet's another kid that we got to get the ball to. But Anderson, Zatarius Anderson, 6'3", 250 pounds, wide receiver from Fort Valley State. He's out of Albany, Georgia. He's a big timer for us, and we have to get the ball to him in space.
Yep, definitely. We're gonna cut into the live feed for the stadium now as they're doing the intro video. And we're gonna join in and we're gonna play that.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. game. Whole city riding with the game plan. Every yard earned, every star too. Got me in the stand saying, do what you do. Hey, feel the wrong.
All right. There are a few technical difficulties, including on the field with the national anthem. I believe we are set to play some football, Coach.
That's why we're here. Most important thing going on tonight, the football game.
All right. Well, we ran through some of our offensive starters. We'll touch on the defense briefly just to kind of show it, and we'll talk about a little bit more about these guys as the game sort of progresses here. But a defensive tackle, we have a big man, Janil Brown. no real big changes except in the secondary. We have Jamison Lindsay, number 8, who is taking over the corner. I believe Caleb Washington is a little banged up from the preseason game. He did have a solid game, had an interception, a couple pass deflected, but he, I believe, he'll be back next week or the week after. So, all right. Well, as we head into the coin toss here, we're going to step aside and we're going to take a quick commercial break. Right before kickoff, this is the Tall City Black Gold pregame show brought to you by Diamondback Energy.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Coach, looks like coin flip is ready to go, and football is right around the corner here. So, Syndicate, looks like who's getting the ball, Coach? I missed the coin flip.
Well, it looks like we're going to be kicking away to the Syndicate. Syndicate will have the football first.
That's what I like to see, our defense setting the tone once again on the field. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about our kickers. We definitely have some powerful legs, both at the place kicker and the punter side of things. So our place kicker is Eddie Godina out of Northwestern State University, 5'11", 180 pounds. This young man has a leg and a half. He missed it last week, but he definitely had the distance for a 55-plus yard field goal. Incorrectly, I think we pointed it out on the broadcast too, Coach. They were trying to kick a 43-yard extra point, but the officials incorrectly spotted the ball. So looks like that they got all that sorted out in the preseason game as well, and looks like we are set for football.
Absolutely. Go, Dina. From White House, Texas. You know who else is from White House?
Guy by the name of Patty Mahomes.
Patty Mahomes. There you go. Go, Dina. Tease it up from the 35-yard line. Be a NFL-style kickoff. And he boots it away. It's going to come down in the end zone. Going to take a knee. Bring the ball out to the 25-yard line. I believe they're going to spot it at the
There's
25.
An example of that boot. That actually might be NFL rules, Coach. If they kick it outside of that kick zone, they might move it up to the 30.
Yes, I believe it's the 30. Yes, you have to kick it in the field of play. So that's going to cost them 5. The Syndicate will take over from the 30-yard line. Quarterback will bring them to the line. And that's going to be Jeremy Hunt, a 6'3", 225-pounder from University of Findlay.
He was running for his life last week, Coach.
Absolutely. The offensive line is to be on the lookout for them guys. They were getting handled last week. Here we go. Quarterback brings them to the line, wing to the right. Takes the snap, going to hand the ball off to the left-hand side. The running back's trying to turn the corner. He's going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage for no gain. A good play coming from that safety.
Trey Sanders on the run.
That safety position. What number is he?
13? That's Tyrell Thomas.
Number 13, Tyrell Thomas from Compton, California, out of Montana, the University of Montana. Quarterback going fast. It's going to be a lateral picked up by the Black Gold. It's going to take it all the way into the end zone for a touchdown. That's going to be a touchdown for the Black Gold.
Look at that. Quick snap.
My goodness.
It looks like they were trying to get the wide receiver screen, Coach.
They were trying to go fast. They were trying to trick him.
And that's my boy Kobe Calvin. He was my defensive player of the game last game. all over the field. And once again, second play of the defensive set already making his presence known.
Colby Calvin out of that safety position. The safeties played tremendous football last time we were playing football against the Texas Herd. They had a couple of interceptions, returned for touchdowns.
Just like that, Coach. Defense putting points on the board early.
That's what the defense has done all season long. Black Gold has really relied on that defense heavily, and they've come through. Here we go. The PAT. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up, and it's going to be good. By Godina. Your new score. With 14 minutes and 31 seconds left in the first quarter. The Black Gold 7, the Texas Syndicate 0.
I mean, the offense of the Syndicate last week really did nothing. And I believe a lot of that was attributed to pressure that was put on. I mean, Coach, in 2 plays, we didn't have enough time to establish pressure.
Well, they punched it. They punched it backwards. I saw the field judge right here punch the ball backwards for a lateral. The receiver could have jumped on it. He just stood straight there and didn't know that it was a lateral. So we picked it up. We were aware. We had some IQ about us out there, and that's why we're sitting at 7-0 early in the ball game. Godina tees it up. Let's see if he can bring it down around the 5. Boots it away. It's going to be booted into the end zone again and come out to the 30-yard line.
Showing off that leg once again, Coach.
He's showing off the leg, but we're not in the Continental shift right now, so maybe kind of lay it up right there so we can stop them shy of the 20 or at least at the 20 because we're giving up 10 yards of field position all day knocking out of the end zone.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see some guys jump down there and execute on some tackles. From the preseason game, I think that was one of the bigger takeaways defensively that I'd like to see the improvement on early on is finishing tackles.
Absolutely. That's where I believe they had an advantage of playing a game last weekend. You get all of that out of your system of, just being able to get that muscle memory with tackling. Here we go. Hunt brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Hunt's going to take the snap. Looks to throw. He's still looking. He's being rushed. That's Praise Amiwale, and they're going to knock him down at the line of scrimmage for no gain again. Maybe a yard gained, half a yard.
Ask and receive, huh, Coach, with that pressure?
Oh, yes, indeed. Praise Amiwale coming off of that right side. Number 0, the big timer. Got to keep an eye on him. He's running the hump really well out there.
Our defensive line is massive, Coach. I mean, number 7 right there in the midst of things, Janelle Brown, 6'3", 330 from Alabama State.
Want to say the left defensive end down here is the one who ended up catching him and sacking him. Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to his left. Going to take the snap. Going to hand it off to the running back. We're going to be all over him in the backfield for a loss. Good play right there by the defensive tackle, the big guy.
Coach, like filling the gaps, setting up the plays. I mean, I give a lot of credit to Dominique Oliver, the edge on that play as well. He basically opened up those holes, and the tackles slid down, the linebackers filled in the gaps. Passing plays, rushing plays. I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this front 4 early on here.
I believe number 52, defensive end Jordan Bussey from San Antonio, Texas, a 6'1", 260. 600-pounder, 260-pound man was out there like a madman on that play. Here we go. Hunt takes a snap, looks to throw. He's being rushed, steps up in the pocket, looks to throw, has a man, and it's going to be incomplete at the 30-yard line. That's good coverage out there by the safety. He had a man breaking early, wide open. He elected to go to the deep one, and he was covered by the safety.
He broke through that contain, but once again, I love the pressure off the edge. The contain is going to be key. It looks like this quarterback is a little bit mobile, so we can't collapse the pocket too quickly without at least a spy in place, or else he can cause some damage on the ground as well.
I got Jamison Lindsay from Gulfport, Mississippi.
That is a new pickup for us.
I got him on that deflection right there, knocking the ball down. Here we go, the Syndicate. dropping back to punt. They had a problem last week of punting the football. The snap is back. The kick is away, and it's a good one. It's going to come down around the 40-yard line and take a Syndicate bounce. It's going to go forward to around the 37, 38-yard line for Black Gold. New offense for the Black Gold, new quarterback, new signal caller. Chris Barrett, the 6'2", 225-pound West Virginian from Wesleyan. Check that. He's a Pennsylvanian from Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. I've looked at him a little bit in practice, and he's pretty good. I think the team has improved already with him. Now he just got to come out and prove it.
I just want to see him get the ball in our receivers' hands, Coach. That's the key to me.
He has to be a main time facilitator for us. Here we go. Barrett brings him to the line. Two-by-two set. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. Barrett takes a snap, going to hand the ball off right up the middle, and they're going to be all over him, right at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a yard gain. Call it a yard. 2nd down and 9 as the ball's moved up to the 38-yard line.
And that's Trey Coleman. That was our superstar in the second half of that game against the Herd. You know, again, Coach, it was a gain of 1, but he got hit 2 yards in the backfield. So
he moved the pile.
He definitely does move that pile. So early on, he's already making a powerful presence from the running game.
One thing I did see last week with the Syndicate when they were playing the Toros, they didn't give up anything really easy. You know, they've had a couple of missed tackles for big plays for the Toros. But other than that, they made it hard sledding. So it's going to be a challenge for our offense, and let's see how it goes. Barrett brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to his right. Now moves over to the left. Barrett takes a snap. Shoots it out there. Has a man at the 45-yard line. He's going to be knocked down at the 46. It's going to be close to a first down. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 1. A gain of 8 yards on the play from Barrett. You see who got that reception?
I missed the reception, Coach. It looked like, it was Joliet.
Joliet, the playmaker, last week for us. Touchdown score. Here we go. Barrett brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Going to hand the ball off right up the middle. Going to have them in the backfield for a loss of about 3.
Can't get out of that one.
Wow.
They were just too much penetration up the middle.
Absolutely. Big play from that defensive end, the left side defensive end just coming unblocked. Makes the play for the Syndicate. 3rd down and 1, that's what plagued us last week. We would get to 3rd and manageable and couldn't make a play. Barrett did look good on his only pass of the series, connecting sharply to Joliet for a gain of 8 to set up that 3rd and 1.
I like the running game.
The snap is back. The kick is away. It's going to be taken at the 20-yard line, and the return is on from there. They're going to have him good at the 24 and knock him backwards. They're going to call it the 21-yard line starting position for the Texas Syndicate. Man, that was a good punt coverage right there for the Black Gold.
I love the tackling. I mean, I said it earlier on, man. I just want to see these guys brought down to the turf. And as I was saying about the offensive set, I love the establishment of the running game, trying to open up that passing game if we could.
I believe we got number 3, Caleb Joliet, on the tackle.
Making plays all over the place.
Absolutely, for special teams, going down there and putting his head in there. He was the first one down there, number 3, Caleb Joliet.
He's taken a leadership role with this club, Coach. We're going to talk about that in 2 seconds once we come back from a quick commercial break.
Introducing new frosted sodas and floats. Only at Chick-fil-A.
Everybody come clap your hands. Or don't you know when you dance, you got to smile or you can't cry. Try it a while, you'll be surprised.
Float, pop, spin, and slide like an original. The original Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats. Only at Chick-fil-A. Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club?
Did you say ranch?
I need a little ranch. Ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch. Ranch, I wanna let my boots down, let it go.
candied bacon, a buttermilk ranch bun with a jalapeno.
Didn't ask them.
Yeah, so Coach, as I was saying on that last offensive set, Joe Viette, he's taken on a leadership role more as a captain of the team. He's organizing a lot of the elements with the practices too.
Absolutely. He's from Houston, Texas, the 5'8", 175 pounder from Jackson State. Here we go. Jeremy Hurd, the quarterback, takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to the running back. He has a hole, a big hole, puts his shoulder down, still running, going to be all the way up to the 39-yard line. That's going to be enough for a first down, a gain of 14 on the play for the Syndicate.
Looks like Tyrell Thomas, who came up for that monster truck stick, he got a little banged up on that. That's a powerful running back, Coach. I mean, I hope Thomas is okay.
Thomas came leading head first
like a missile. We're going to step aside as the training staff tends to Thomas on the field.
Diamondback's kind of the poster child for the shale revolution. We started in 2012. We went public with 3,000 barrels a day of production, and now here we are doing 900,000 barrels a day of production. We continue to look for ways to grow the business organically and inorganically, like we've done over the last decade and a half. Diamondback's core business is nothing more complicated than converting rock into cash flow. We own about 800,000 acres worth of leases in the Permian Basin, all based in Texas. We've grown significantly over the last 15 years. Started with almost nothing, about 30,000 acres, and now here we are today at a differential size and scale. The differentiator for us has been our ability to convert that rock into cash flow at cheaper prices and cheaper cost structure than anybody else, which has allowed us to acquire a lot of assets and grow our oil production significantly. We estimate we're only getting about 10% out of the oil in place out of the ground today. Diamondback is kind of the poster child for this shale revolution in Texas, and that wouldn't be possible without free markets, capitalism, and a supportive regulatory environment in the state of Texas.
All right, we're back live. Tyrell Thomas, who took the 100% of that hit from the running back of the Syndicate. He was very slow to get up. We're very happy to see him walking off under his own power. The training staff and the coaches, they're going to bring him over for further evaluation. But Coach, you pointed something out during the break. When you're trying to go for that kind of hit, you got to aim low and you got to wrap.
Yeah, you absolutely do. He's 175 pounds. He's given up almost 50 pounds on that play against that running back. Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line, takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to the running back. They're all over him in the backfield, going to drop him for a yard loss all the way back to the 39-yard line of the Syndicate.
Coach Stinson is starting to put in some defensive plays now. I saw some blitzing coming in on the other side, and the line just collapsed at the point of attack. So that's why we were able to stop him in the backfield.
Offensive line has really not done well for the Syndicate all season. Watch their two preseason games or one preseason game and one league game last week, and I believe the offensive line was probably the weakest part of the team.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard to do anything offensively if you can't block, right? Running game included. So they got that big gap, and we saw some of the power that their running game has. Their O-line just has to remain consistent.
Absolutely. Hunt brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Looking. Shoots it out there. Has a man at the 40. Turns on the speed. He's going to be knocked out of bounds close to the first down. Going to give him all the way up to the 48-yard line of the Syndicate. I believe it's going to be 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, Coach, he checked that down. We had another blitz at the point of attack. The pressure came outside in. Quarterback stepped up into the pocket and find his check down route.
He did, and he found him delivering a good ball where he could make a play with it. Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. Going to take the snap. Going to keep it. Shoots it out there. Has a man wide open, and it's going to be completed at around the...
He called him out.
Oh, no. I don't know about that.
His footwork looked a little off. I mean, I couldn't even tell if he got one down or not. We're going to take a closer look at the replay here.
I thought he got 2 down, but let's see. It's still going to bring up a 4th and 1. They're not going to show it. That may be a break for us.
Yeah, he was wide open.
Absolutely. Busted coverage.
Blown coverage on that one for sure.
Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line. Running back flank to the left, wing to the right. 2-by-1 set.
Big defensive stand here, Coach.
Hunt takes a snap. The blitz is on. Shoots it out there. Has a man. And it's going to be incomplete around the 20-yard line. That's going to be a turnover on downs. The Black Gold has held.
And that was Dami Ajayi. He's from Nigeria. He went to play at UTPB. And, Coach, he was stride for stride with him. And we were able to bring in some pressure to have, maybe not the most accurate throw from Hunt.
The pressure was the key. They didn't pick up one of the blitzing linebackers, and that was the key to that play. They just shut down the time that play had to develop. And it was an errant throw. Had a one-on-one opportunity, but didn't have time to get it to the place where he needed it. Here we go. Barrett brings him to the line. Coleman, flanked in the back. 3-by-1 set. Barrett, going to hand the ball off. No, keeps it. He's going to keep it around the right-hand side, and he's going to be brought down for a sack.
Yeah, play action, too much time in the pocket, Coach. I mean, you chalk that sack up to the secondary, I guess. I mean, Barrett tried to escape to the right, and the pressure just came from the backside too quickly for him.
Some pretty good ball handling right there by Barrett, but we just didn't find anything open in the back end. He didn't pull the trigger. Had a one-on-one opportunity, but he didn't want to take a chance. 2nd down and 15 coming. Loss of 5 on the play. Barrett brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Coleman flanked to his right. Barrett takes a snap, looks to throw, looking, running out of time. He's going to dump it off to the receiver. He's going to make a play, get all the way up to around, it's going to be down around the 46-yard line of the Syndicate. It's going to be a gain of about 6. Call it 7 on the play.
Yeah, Coach, that was, I believe that was Josh King Bradley, number 2. He played defensive end for us last week, and he was sort of the check down fullback. What a great catch, man. Great hands for a defensive end / fullback.
Made a play. I mean, the pocket was collapsing on Barrett. Barrett brings him to the line. Split backfield. 2-by-1 set. Barrett takes a snap. Looks to throw. Shoots it out there. It's going to be incomplete. That's incomplete. It was not a lateral. And they're getting pressure on Barrett. He's not having a whole lot of time. And that's going to bring up a 4th down.
The edge with the solid play there, Coach. I mean, quick hands to knock it down. Barrett did get it out. The blitz was on, but just an overall great play by the edge on the Syndicate.
Absolutely, Barrett is thinking quick out there. You can see that. Just doesn't have enough time right now to sit down and make a play.
Good to see our punter's leg once again.
The punter, a tremendous one, Clark Rydell.
Almost got
Boots it. It's going to come down around the 5-yard line and go into the end zone for a touchback.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
It's a Mexican treat, jamboree show. What a fun place to eat, jamboree
Yep, we're live now.
Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line. 2x2 set. Going to take the snap. Going to hand the ball off to the running back, looking for some room. Puts his head down, still on his feet at the 25, moving the pile. And they're going to give him the 26-yard line, give him the 27. Going to be a pickup around 7 yards on first down. Bring up a 2nd down and 3 for the Syndicate.
Coach, I saw a couple guys go in there trying to get a big hit rather than wrapping up. And I think he got a couple more yards after that.
It's imperative. We get the ball carrier down. He's a physical running back.
We got word that the cart might have come down for Tyrell Thomas to take him back to the locker room for further evaluation. We'll keep you posted if we get any word.
Prayers for Tyrell Thomas. There we go. Hunt brings him to the line. 2x2 set. Wing to the right. Takes the snap. Going to be a shovel pass. Looking for a screen. He's going to have to just ditch it into the stands.
We got some laundry on the field. Looks like
it's going to be
a
five in the backfield, or is it a false start? I think they might have had.
The far line judge threw it. Signaled for either an illegal formation or a false start.
It's a 5-yard penalty. It's going to back the football up and still be a 2nd down, but it's going to be around a 2nd and 8 now. 2nd down and 8 coming for the Syndicate. The running back, number 23, Raekwon Smith from Highland Springs, Virginia. The 5'9", 220-pounder. He's a bowling ball. He's a handful.
Yeah, and maybe get some of those, offensive linemen to the second level. Maybe they could start opening up some gaps that way.
There we go. Hunt brings them to the line. Wing to the right. 2x2 set. Takes a snap. Reverses out. Pressure is on. He's going to be pressured by Praise Amuwali, the big-time defensive end out of Katy, Texas, the 6'3", 250-pounder from UTEP.
Coach, a couple times you called his number tonight. He's doing some damage off the edge there.
He surely is. Number 0, Praise Amuwali. He's a good one.
Our D-line is very big, very aggressive, and I think that they're the momentum makers on this side of the football for sure.
Well, he's not a little one. That's for sure. 6'3", 250. He's a big person. Giving them some problems. They had him up top. Now they switched him down to this left defensive end position. They're operating out of a 3-4. Here we go. Hunt takes a snap. It's going to be pressure again. Shoots it out there. Has a man, and it's going to be completed around the 32-yard line for a first down. That's a really good throw.
Very good throw. Found the pocket in the zone.
He really did. There was a hole shot. That was a hole shot.
But, the pressure was coming backside once again, so that was a timing play. And Praise, just couldn't get there in enough time. But I love what I'm seeing from him, manhandling that right tackle.
Amuwali is really wearing him out. No doubt about it. As he switches to the right side. We have 2 good defensive ends on this team. Here we go. Hunt takes a snap. Shoots it out here on a screen. He's trying to get the outside. Makes a move at the 35. There's going to be a flag down, and they're going to bring him down around the 44-yard line. There will be a flag maybe for a hold.
Yeah, we were blitzing that corner too, and they threw it right into the blitz. So it was actually a very good play call by the Syndicate. And then we came up and, sort of missed the tackle, regained it, and it looks like that it's coming back anyway based around that wide receiver holding on the edge.
Well, the receiver was holding. It was a good block initially. When the slot started juking and jiving, that's when it became a hold.
Overall, with the exception of a couple rushed passes out of the pocket, I'm seeing a different style quarterback than what we saw in Austin last week against the Toros.
Well, Hunt has time. That's the difference. The Toros got after that offensive line. The offensive line has afforded a little bit more time. Hunt brings them to the line. Going to be a 2x2 set. Let's see. Check that. Going to be a wing to the left. A 2x1 set. Smith, flank to his right. Hunt takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off to Smith around the left-hand side. We're right there for him. He jumps over one man, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield for a big loss.
Went airborne on that one. Tried to jump over a guy, and then a swarm of black gold jerseys came right in.
That's a big loss right there. Let's see. It's going to bring up a second down and around 20. 19, call it.
Field position has been the trendsetter here, and our defense needs to capitalize on opportunities like this.
Absolutely. Hunt brings them to the line, a 2x2 set. This is the best set that's been for them this afternoon. Here we go. Hunt takes the snap, looks to throw, being pressured. Have a holding call. They don't throw the flag, and he's going to complete it all the way up to the 40-yard line and get up to the 42. Hold on, I have a hold. My goodness, this right tackle was holding. He was holding our defensive end down here,
I think it was 33, Dominique Oliver.
Dominique Oliver was all over that play. That's going to bring up a 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, but I mean, even Hunt getting flushed out of the pocket, throwing across his body in the middle of the field, still able to complete the pass. I'm with you, Coach. I saw a hold, sort of blatant hold on that. Not sure why it wasn't called.
My goodness, you got to call those plays. That's crucial play. Hunt brings them to the line. Wing to the right. 2x1 set. Hunt takes a snap. Looks to throw. Going to step up in the pocket and get the first down out the back door, and he's going to slide all the way up to the 49-yard line to do it.
Here we go with the feet that we talked about earlier, Coach. I mean, it's only inevitable. You see a mobile quarterback like this in the pocket. He's going to break that contain at some point. And, you know, there was just nobody there in the middle. We were rushing outside in. I guess Janil Brown, he picked the side, and our linebackers had to sort of fan off because they've been hurting us in the middle of the field with those passes.
Absolutely. Hunt brings him to the line. 2x1 set. Wing to the right. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Smith around the right-hand side. Smith breaks it around the 40 to the 35-yard line, and they're going to call it the 34 of the Black Gold. A big run by Smith.
Curious if he's
Going to
related to Coleman.
17 yards on the carry. As Hunt brings them to the line, they're going fast. The Syndicate ready to pace them. 2x1 set. Wing to the right. Hunt takes a snap. He's going to hand it off to Smith again, trying to get the edge. He doesn't. We're going to knock him down, maybe 2 yards gained on the play. Down to the 30-yard line of the Black Gold. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 8. Check that. That's Trey Sanders, number 25, in the ball game for the Syndicate.
Yeah, they found something with this running game, Coach. Our defense has to adjust because we know what's coming next. It's going to be a play action over the top. So I really hope our safeties and our corners stay alert. Try not to jump into the box too quickly to try to shut down a run that's basically a decoy and get beat deep.
They're leaning on the right side of the offensive line. Hunt brings them to the line. 2x2 set. Sanders to his right. Motion from left to right. Hunt takes a snap, fakes it, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be completed down to the 27-yard line. Going to bring up a 3rd down and around 5 for the Syndicate. A big series for the Syndicate as it's 22 seconds and counting left in the first quarter, trailing 7-0 to the Black Gold.
The conditioning of our defense is definitely getting tested here.
Absolutely. It's still high in the sky, the sun is, and it's kind of warm out there. Hunt brings them to the line, 3x1 set. Sanders flank to the right. Hunt takes a snap. They're going to have motion on the Syndicate. It's going to back them up. No, hold on. That's going to be the end of the first quarter with your score. The Black Gold, 7. The Texas Syndicate, 0.
You're watching Tall City Black Gold live. All right, and we are back with the start of the second quarter. Black Gold 7, Syndicate 0, but they are pressing here on a very long drive, eating up most of that second quarter. And, the Black Gold got the break on that second play from scrimmage by the Syndicate offense, which was a backwards lateral that got picked up by Colby Calvin and run in for that 6 points on defense. Coach, this is shades of that first game. Our defense is the one putting up points, but the truth is our offense really hasn't been on the field in the second quarter. This Syndicate drive has been just too much.
Well, we kind of had having a replay of what we saw the first game. The Texas Herd drove the ball, ate up a bunch of that first quarter on us last couple of weeks ago, and it's happening again. We have to make a play. We can bend but don't break. The Black Gold defense has been like that all year long. Bend but don't break.
Well, you mentioned it during the break, Coach. We did switch to a 3-4 to try to account for some of those passes in the middle of the field. And, maybe that is affecting some of the run-stopping ability as well as some of the contain ability. We saw Hunt break through a couple times up the middle as the pocket sort of collapsed on either side. Let's see what kind of adjustments Stinson makes defensively, but I don't know if the 3-4 is going to be the answer here.
Well, I'm looking at a dime defense right now is what we're trying to play, but we went to a 4-2-5, it looks like. A 4-2-5 officially. Here we go. Hunt brings them to the line. Sanders to the right. Hunt takes a snap. We're going to have pressure all over him. Praise just misses it, throws it into the air, and it's almost picked off by us. That was an errant throw right there by Hunt as Praise Amyawali put the pressure on him. Again, Praise playing really, really stout for us. This is usually where he makes plays down in the red zone.
Yeah, and, it was one of those plays that should have been picked, too. It looked like, the corner definitely had a shot at it. Can't make out who that is. I know Caleb Washington, he's a little hurt, and it looks like that's number 22, so we'd have to check the roster sheet on that just to see who that would be. But it looks like we're lining up for a field goal attempt.
Absolutely. It's going to bring up a 4th and 5 for the Syndicate, and they're going to line it up for a field goal. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is low, and it's going to be no good. The clean sheet has held for the Black Gold as they still have never given up a point in organization history.
Yeah, well, had that been the Continental shift, Coach, that would have been a rouge.
Absolutely.
So, if you're going to give up a point defensively, might as well let it be one. But as it sits now, it's 0 since we are in the second quarter. We're going to talk about that Continental shift and the rules associated with that as we get closer to the fourth quarter, because that's going to be an exciting quarter.
Absolutely. Chris Barrett, the quarterback from Pennsylvania, brings them to the line, a 2-by-2 set. Takes a snap. Going to pitch it out there to the running back. Somebody sealed a good block out there and allow him to get all the way up to the 39-yard line. I actually call it the 38. It's going to be a gain of 11 yards on first down. It's going to be a good play for us. Give us a 1st and 10.
Yeah, Coach, we pulled the center on that. So the little toss out around the edge, the center pulled and, got to that second level in the cornerback and sprung him for that additional few-yard boost, which resulted in that first down.
It's going to be number 5, Trey Coleman, on the carry for 11 yards. There we go. Barrett brings him to the line, takes the snap, going to hand the ball off. They're going to be hands all over him in the backfield and drop him at the line of scrimmage, maybe give him a yard gained.
Yard earned, Coach.
Absolutely. To the 39-yard line. It's going to bring up a 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9 coming for us.
We saw him run mostly between the tackles in the first game, Coach, and he did bounce a couple outside. This time it looks like outside the tackles is sort of where he's getting a little bit more flexibility to show what he can do.
Coleman, the 6-foot, 235-pounder from Grandview University. He's from Paducah, Kentucky. There we go. Barrett brings him to the line. Still have not gotten the ball to our big-time Anderson out here. Barrett takes the low snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there. It's going to be completed up to the 50-yard line. call it the 49. That's going to be enough for a first down for the Black Gold. A good throw by Barrett, a timing pattern.
That was Elijah Roundtree, Coach. He's the one that had the block for Caleb Joliet as he was going in for his touchdown reception last week. Getting rewarded here with a nice reception. Nice play, nice first down. Good things good things that I'm seeing out of this passing game already here.
Absolutely. Roundtree from Lawrenceville, Georgia, 6'3", 190-pound player out of Mayville State. There we go. Barrett brings him to the line, 3-by-1. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to, that's Coleman. And they're going to have him at the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard loss on the play. Knock him back to around the 49-yard line. And that
was actually King Bradley spelling Coleman. Coleman's coming in now, Coach. And I'd be curious if, they go back to him and try to establish a little bit more of a running presence here in second down and get on Syndicate side of the field.
2nd and 11 coming. Barrett brings him to the line. It's going to be a 2-by-2 set. Coleman flank to the right. Barrett takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man. It's going to be completed at midfield. I'm going to have him spotted at the 49-yard line of the Texas Syndicate. It's going to be a gain of about 3 yards on the play.
That was Roundtree again. Starting to find some rhythm with that receiver here on the near side.
He's sure-handed, Roundtree is. He does not let the ball hit the turf. 3rd down and 8 coming for the Black Gold. Need a first down. Let's see what Barrett and company can come up with. Barrett brings them to the line. Looks like a split backfield, 2-by-1 set. And Syndicate look like they're going to bring numbers. They're coming. Barrett takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man 1v1, and it's going to be dropped at the 35-yard line. My goodness. He just had to throw it a little bit sooner than he wanted to, backing up. He still delivered a decent ball that could have been caught.
I think it should have been caught, Coach. I mean, we keep saying, when are we going to get the ball to Zatarius Anderson? I mean, that was an opportunity to make a big play and get a first down to keep this drive moving. He's got to make that play, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Intended for number 11, Zatarius Anderson out of Albany, Georgia, the 6'3", 215-pounder from Fort Valley. Got to make that play. He had inside position on the corner. 1v1. Here we go. The snap is back. The boot is away, and it's a good one. It's going to come down around the 10-yard line. He calls a fair catch at the 10. We're pinned him deep with 10 minutes and 54 seconds left in the first half. Your score, the Black Gold 7, the Texas Syndicate 0.
Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club?
Did you say ranch?
I need a little ranch. Ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch. Ranch, I wanna let my boots down loud, let the
Candied bacon. A buttermilk ranch bun. With a jalapeno kick. Introducing the Jalapeno Ranch Club. It's Chick-fil-A chicken, all ranched up.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos at Jumborito.
A tasty treat, Jumborito.
And good lean meat, Jumborito. Morning, noon, or night, anytime is right for a Mexican treat, Jumborito.
Back to action.
Back to action indeed, Coach. And this is going to be a huge defensive series for this black gold team. We got to get off the field pretty quickly here.
Hunt brings them to the line. It'll be a 3-by-1 set. Sanders flanked to his right. Hunt takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders up the middle. Breaks a tackle. Breaks 2 tackles. He's going to have about 7. Give him 7 yards on first down. Bring up a 2nd and 3. That's Sanders. He's a tough runner.
The running game has really picked it up.
And they're going fast. Hunt brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. He's being flushed. And that's Amuwali trying to chase him down. And Hunt's going to get out of bounds after he gets a first down, a pickup of about 5 yards on the carry. He takes it around the right-hand side, and he had a man out there. He just didn't want to take a chance.
I think it was a smart play. He saw the first down, moved the sticks.
He just kept the sticks a moving. Here we go. They're going fast. Wing to the right. Zachary Russell in the backfield. He takes the snap, and that's Hunt. He's going to fake it, and it's kind of, I want to say that's a RPO right there, as he had the option to give the ball off, and he threw it to the wing instead.
Not sure if he saw the safety right there.
Yeah.
I mean, almost, took his receiver's head off with that.
Yeah, you kind of don't want to do that. Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line. Takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out here, has a man on the 20, and he turns on the speed at the 30. They're going to take him down around the 31-yard line. That's going to be a pickup of 7 yards on the gain. Bring up a 3rd down and 2 for the Syndicate. A big play right here for the black gold to try to make. Got to get him off the field.
Looks like Russell's hobbling off.
That was a good play by Russell. Zeke Russell, the running back. Zachary Russell, the running back out of, let's see, Edmond, Oklahoma. Here we go. Hunt takes the snap, looks to throw, being pressed, shoots it across the middle. It's going to be incomplete. Had number 17 open, and that's a good play by one of the defensive linemen, sticking the hands up and getting a knockdown on the ball.
Yeah, Coach, that was Dominique Oliver getting his big mitts up there, tipping the pass, and, at that point, the timing's all off. Tip that ball up in the air. Maybe we get a little pick out of it. But I like the defensive stand here. Even with the high tempo, we stepped it up and we got them to, bring out their punting team. So hopefully our offense can move something down and get something rolling here before the end of the half.
Absolutely. That was imperative because they still haven't flipped the field. The punter is still pinned pretty deep. We might have some good field position. Let's see what happens. Oh, no. We're going to be offsides, and that's going to give them the first down. I believe that's going to give them the first down.
And that was Jonathan Cajago getting a little too excited there. Let's see what the refs call. Was he drawn?
I don't believe so. He was unabated. And at that point, he had not touched anybody. Why did he just not get back?
Yeah, the refs almost sort of stood still. They didn't blow it dead.
That is a crucial mistake.
Critical. And that's one to remember if the Syndicate come down here and put some points up, because we had them, punting pretty deep in their end zone or in their zone. We were about to get some good field position out of it. And it's these costly mistakes, Coach, that, you go back and film, and it's just one of those ones you hang your head and you make sure you try not to do again.
My goodness, you're standing right over the football. You can't have that. Here we go. Hunt brings them to the line. Wing to the right, takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to the running back, looking for some room. He's going to be hit at the 35-yard line and be swallowed up at the 36. No gain on the play. Going to bring up 2nd down and 10 from the 36. 9 minutes and 15 seconds and counting left in the first half. 7-0 is the count. Tall City on top. Hunt brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Hunt takes a snap. Going to fake it. Looking to throw. Shoots it across the middle. It's going to be low and incomplete around the 40-yard line of the black gold.
Decent coverage there, Coach. Decent coverage. I don't know about the decision, but it was definitely an errored pass.
Well, that was a play action right there where he play he stuck it in the belly of the running back, and the linebackers kind of reacted to it. And he had a little bit of room across the middle. He just threw it low. Hunt brings him to the line, 2-by-2 set. Takes the snap, looks to throw, looking, shoots it out there, and it's going to be overshot around the 45-yard line. That's going to bring up, a fourth down, and the punt team will come back on the field.
Good response by the defense. You make that mistake, and now you can take a little breath of relief. Hopefully you get this punt return off without any penalties, but it's going to be good to get them off the field here.
One thing I'm seeing right there is that's some good coaching. I'm a stickler for good coaching, and I'll tell you one thing: Coach is showing them a Rolodex. He's bringing pressure. He's dropping in coverage. In that play, we didn't bring no pressure, but we dropped in coverage. We saturated the back end with coverage, and the quarterback he struggled against that. Here we go.
We're lined up a yard off the ball now.
The snap is back. The kick is away. It's a good high one. It's going to come down around the 25-yard line, and it's going to bound for the Syndicate. Going to roll all the way inside of the 20 and going to be knocked down around the 18-yard line. Call it the 19. The starting field position for the Black Gold will happen around the 19-yard line. We did not flip the field on them. They did regain the field position battle as we have it inside of our 20 now. Just a mental mistake on that. It didn't cost us a touchdown or a field goal or anything, but field position in a low-scoring game is big time.
I think it cost us about 10 yards for sure.
Absolutely. Here we go. Barrett brings him to the line. Coleman flanked behind him, wing to the right, takes the snap, going to hand the ball off to Coleman. Coleman makes a man miss around the 20-yard line. He's going to get all the way up to the 23.
Once again, breaking tackles, Coach, bringing a couple guys with him for a few extra yards.
Coleman it's rare that he gets taken down on first contact. That's a trait of a good running back. That's going to be a gain of 4 yards on first down, 2nd down and 6 coming. Trey Coleman he's a good football player. There's no doubt about it. You put him in the backfield, he's good for you. You put him out there at linebacker, he's going to make plays. He's just a playmaking football player. Barrett brings him to the line. Coleman flanked to his left, 2-by-2 set. Motion from left to right. Barrett takes the snap, shoots it out here to the right-hand side, needs a block, does not get one at the 20, and they're going to be all over him. Knock him down for about a 3-yard loss. Call it a 4-yard loss on the play.
That was Caleb Joviet making whatever he could out of it, but it was a low snap from Hernandez that really threw off the timing of that play, Coach.
It was not just that. It was the blocking scheme out here. We had 3 guys not blocked. I don't understand that right there, what was going on with that. But nobody picked up in a man. Joe Levette, he really, really made a good play not to lose more yardage than that. He looked up, and there was 3 guys in his face. Here we go. Barrett brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Coleman flanked to his left. Barrett takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be picked off at the 40-yard line, and the return is on from there. Breaks out of a tackle, still on his feet, inside of the 25, moving to the 20. He's going to be knocked out of bounds inside of the 20. There is a flag down. I believe there might be a block in the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was just a cross-up in the routes or if he just placed it in the wrong spot. But we had 2 receivers in the area, Coach. Yeah, I mean, I guess poor execution by Barrett or, just a miscommunication with the receivers on what the route was supposed to be. But the Syndicate's going to start 1st and 10 after the flag. Going to see what that is, whether it was a push in the back or a hold. Oh, looks like it's going to be 15. Blindside block on the Syndicate. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club?
Did you say ranch?
I need a little ranch. Ranch, gonna meet me at the ranch. Ranch, I wanna let my boots down loud. Make it
Candied bacon.
Three steps forward, one step back. Take your
A buttermilk ranch bun.
Get on back. Put your hands up high, drop down low.
With a cake.
Back to action. A costly penalty for the Syndicate as they had it inside of the 20, now on a blindside block. The ball is all the way back to the 41-yard line of the Black Gold. However, they do have the football on a pig.
Asking a lot from our defense again.
Absolutely. Here we go. Hunt brings them to the line. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. Hunt takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off. No, he keeps it and throws it across the middle, and it's going to be caught, juggled, and caught again as it's brought down for a gain of about 9 yards all the way down to the 32-yard line.
Yeah, that was the Sean Bell, coach from North Augusta, South Carolina. Went to Fort Valley State. Good concentration on pulling that ball in.
It really was. Here we go. Hunt's moving fast. Swing to the left. That's going to be Sanders in the backfield with him. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders. They're all over him in the backfield, and they're going to bring him down at the 35-yard line. It's going to be a loss of around 2 yards on the play. A good play and that's Amuali. He's right in the thick of it. With those linebackers coming down and assisting him, but he was right there to make the initial contact on Sanders.
He's had a great first half, coach.
He's been all over the place. He's been a terror. There's no doubt about it. Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line. Sanders flanked to his right. Now moves him to the left. Blitz is coming. Hunt takes the snap. They're all over him. Shoots it deep. He has a man, and he overshot him at the goal line. Just the pressure dialed up by Coach is the reason that was not a touchdown.
Yeah, he could not figure out the timing to get that ball deep. It looks like we might have gotten beat deep on that one, but the pressure up the middle definitely caused, Hunt to overthrow it. It was a little bit of an errored snap. It looked like he had to catch it with his left hand and then get it back into his throwing hand. So that, in addition to the pressure, really led to that incompletion.
The pressure was coming, and it caused the center to snap it errantly. Here we go. This is 4th down and 2. 2-by-2 set. Hunt takes the snap, looks to throw, has a running back in the backfield. He gets out of trouble at the 40. He's going to turn on the speed and get the first down all the way inside of the 30-yard line. They're going to knock him down right at the 30, call it the 29. Going to be enough for a first down for the Syndicate.
Coach, we got to bring him to the turf.
We have him back there. Those two bookends are running the hump, and they're meeting each other in the backfield, but they just can't bring him down. He's a big kid, 6'3", 225-pounder from Oak Park, Illinois. He's a big man. There's no doubt about it. Jeremy Hunt. He's a dual-threat guy, and he's been doing both. Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line. Wing to the left. 2-by-1 set. Sanders flanked to his left. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders right up the left-hand side. And he's put his head down and gets inside of the 25-yard line and mark him at the 23.
That was a big, strong run. I thought it was a bigger hole, but it collapsed quick.
A gain of 8 on first down. Going to bring up a 2nd down and 2. Hunt has him on the move. Need to rise up right here. Hunt brings him to the line. Wing to the right. Sanders flanked to his right. 2-by-1 set. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off again. And there's going to be a flag. Hold on. They're going to stop the play. There is a flag. What is the call?
Yeah, motion before the snap, Coach? Yeah, legal
It's going to be a
formation.
false start. And this Syndicate team has not looked too bad offensively, but they're making crucial mistakes. They are playing against themselves too, coming up with bad penalties at the wrong time because they've really had the best of it here in the first half.
They've definitely been on the field more.
Yes.
And they've had more opportunity. We've seen a lot more from Hunt this week than we have last week against the Toros, in the running game anyway.
Defense has got to step up right here and make a stop. Wing to the left, 2-by-1 set. Takes the snap, looks to throw, going to boot out the right-hand side, has a man in the flat, and he completes it down inside of the 20, down to the 18, 17-yard line. It's going to be enough for a first down, a good misdirection play right there by the Syndicate.
Yeah, that was Sanders coming out of the backfield.
The wing back.
Yeah. And, he caught him, I guess, on that boot. We didn't have any pressure on that backside that time, so, Hunt had the option to run, too.
Well, he kind of reversed out on him. Here we go, wing to the left. Takes the snap, going to hand the ball off to Sanders, puts his head down, gets inside of the 15-yard line. They're going to mark him at the 15.
Coach, we haven't had a lot of opportunity to see what we can do in the red zone defensively. This is going to be a big test to see, with 3 minutes and change left in the first half. Can we get out of this without letting up a touchdown?
2nd down and 8 coming. And, yes, you're right. We're going to be tested right here. Black Gold has to make a play right here. Here we go. 2-by-1 set, wing to the left. Hunt takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off around the left-hand side. Shakes the tackle inside of the 15. They're going to knock him down around the 13-yard line. It's going to be a pickup of around 4 yards on the play. Going to bring up a 3rd down and 5. The line to gain is the 8-yard line. They can pick up a 1st down inside of the 8. Ambuwali and company have got to hold right here for the Black Gold to keep the clean sheet alive. 7-0 is the count. Black Gold on top.
Big down right here.
Here we go. Hunt brings them to the line. Crucial down. 3-by-1. Sanders flanked to the right. Takes the snap. Looks to throw. He's going to be pressured in the backfield. Shakes a tackle. There's going to be flags all over the play as he's going to be knocked down at the 1-yard line. But there will be holding penalty called on the Syndicate. It's going to back them up. My goodness. And Hunt broke a tackle.
He broke 3 tackles.
Again.
Yeah, he broke 3 tackles and then scrambled up, but, couldn't do it without the hold.
We're going to have a crucial holding penalty on one of either the right or left tackle. You can take your pick because both of them, the bookends were there in the backfield to make a stop on Hunt.
Yeah, he did sliver out of it once again, but, a lot of that had to do with the penalty.
Absolutely, a crucial penalty.
But huge play call by Stinson.
This is going to bring up a 3rd down and 15. Big play right here for the Black Gold. Been on the field the whole second half, the whole first half, it seems like. Here we go. Hunt brings them to the line. Takes a snap. Pressure is on. Looks to throw. Shoots it out there. There is nobody there. Oh, it's almost picked off at the 5-yard line. It was dropped. As the corner was just going back, he did not know.
He thinks he got it.
No, hold on. Are they spotting it at the 5? They are.
They are. They're giving him the pick.
It's going to be a pick at the 5-yard line, and that's going to really that's a big play because they're able to kick a field goal if that ball touches the ground.
That was Jamison Lindsey, our pickup since our preseason game, making a play again. If the officials are huddling about it right now, but if that's an interception, I mean, that is a monstrous play for this defense to close out the half or give the offense a chance to actually close out the half.
We do have a flag on the play, and it is on the Syndicate, so it's going to be declined.
It is a 1st down for the Black Gold.
On the 5-yard line, a big stop.
Coach, monstrous stop. I mean, wow. And again, you pointed it out, the Syndicate, shooting themselves in the foot with these penalties, that backed them up, forced them into that sort of position. Stinson dials up the pressure once again, and the corner, it looks like he might have tripped, but the underthrown pass landed in his lap, literally.
Absolutely. It was an underthrown pass as he was trying to get back in coverage. It kind of just fell into his lap. Here we go. Barrett brings him to the line. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. Barrett takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Coleman, and they're going to knock him down in the backfield. They're going to knock him down at the 1-yard line. It's going to be a loss of about 4 yards on the play. 2nd down and 14 coming.
Coach, we talked about the red zone defense and being able to see them. We got to get out of this little hole here. We are at the 2-minute warning at the end of the first half, so we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we come back. It's going to be 2nd and long for the Black Gold.
Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club?
Did you say ranch?
I need a little ranch. Ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch. Ranch, I wanna let my boots start loud.
Candied bacon. A buttermilk ranch bun. with a jalapeno kick. Introducing the Jalapeno Ranch Club. It's Chick-fil-A chicken, all ranched up.
Back to play. We got Barrett needing to make a play for the Black Gold. Brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Coleman flanked to his right. It's imperative they get out of here. This is the 2-minute warning. 2nd down and 14.
If I were a betting man, Coach, I'd say the Syndicate keep the pressure on.
They're going to have to because their offense keeps making mistakes. They're going to have to try to get something on defense. Barrett brings them to the line. They have to trust Barrett to make a play. Takes the snap, looks to throw, being pressed, shoots it, and it's going to be almost picked off. Hold on. They're going to say he picked it off. They're going to say he picked it off at the 4-yard line.
That was tipped at the line of scrimmage.
I thought that ball hit the ground.
I thought so too.
Yikes.
They're going to talk a little bit about it, I suppose, or they're just going to mark it for the Syndicate. 1st and goal inside the 5.
My goodness.
Yeah, you can't blame Barrett for that one. It was deflected at the line of scrimmage. And then the linebacker just stepped up and really made a nice play according to the officials. I thought it hit the turf too, Coach.
1 minute and 56 seconds left in the first half. 7-0 is the count. The Black Gold holding on to a 7-point lead late in the first half.
Yeah, those 7 points, once again, posted by our defense.
The offense has had a tough go of it this afternoon. They have had a tough go of it, to say the least.
Yeah, this is we called and asked for and received a big play from our defense in the red zone on the last series. And I don't know if we keep going to this wishing well too many times how much it's going to yield, but it's they've been on the field for a long time this half, Coach. They got a lot to regroup for as far as recharging their batteries. They lost their safety due to an injury in the first quarter. Still have yet to hear any word on his condition. Hopefully he's okay. It was a very big hit on Sanders, the running back from the Syndicate, basically a head-on collision. And, Tyrell Thomas got the worst of that one.
Prayers for the young man to overcome the injury. Never like to see anybody get hurt. Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line. Too tight. Wing to the left. Takes a snap. He's going to boot it out and have a man wide open in the end zone and touchdown.
Yep, he got the 1 foot down, Coach, and it was a really good play call. Everybody in the world thought they were going to try to run it up the middle, and he just kept it, booted it out, and caught the guy in the flag pattern.
Absolutely. A good catch by the receiver as the ball was a little bit overthrown. He was so wide open. Hunt just needed to lay it up there, and luckily for them, he went up there and made a good catch.
He did. And, those are the first points that the Black Gold has given up in their, short and tenured career here. But, again, I can't put the blame too much on them for that one.
Really hard to operate when you're giving it up inside of your 5. Here we go. The PAT. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score with 1 minute and 55 seconds left in the first half. The Black Gold 7. The Texas Syndicate 7.
We'll be right back.
Diamondback's kind of the poster child for the shale revolution. We started in 2012. We went public with 3,000 barrels a day of production, and now here we are doing 900,000 barrels a day of production. We continue to look for ways to grow the business organically and inorganically, like we've done over the last decade and a half. Diamondback's core business is nothing more complicated than converting rock into cash flow. We own about 800,000 acres worth of leases in the Permian Basin, all based in Texas. We've grown significantly over the last 15 years. Started with almost nothing, about 30,000 acres, and now Now here we are today at a differential size and scale. The differentiator for us has been our ability to convert that rock into cash flow at cheaper prices and cheaper cost structure than anybody else, which has allowed us to acquire a lot of assets and grow our oil production significantly. We estimate we're only getting about 10% out of the oil in place out of the ground today.
We're back to action.
Diamondback, the poster child.
7-7 ball game. Texas Syndicate just leveled it up on us.
Yeah, short field. You know, that's can't give them too many opportunities to not punch it in. So those are actually their first points of the season.
Absolutely. Imbriani tees it up, kicks it away. It's going to come down in play at the goal line, and the return is on from there up to the 15. Shakes a tackle at the 20, has the edge, and they're going to call it back for a hold as he's knocked out of bounds at the 40-yard line. They did call us for a hold on this edge over here, I believe.
But that's Joviet making them play once again in the special teams game. We saw that in the preseason game a couple times.
Well, he went down there and made a tackle on the punt coverage kick team, and Jolivet, he's really been the one bright spot on the offensive side for the football team. As Trey Coleman has made a couple of decent runs for us too, but Joviet is my goodness, he's a player.
Yeah. And he's a leader too. And I just hope that, some of his playmaking capabilities start to sort of rub off on the rest of this offense, at least heading into the second half here.
That's going to be a huge penalty on us, that holding penalty, as they're going to mark the ball at the 12-yard line. Do the coaches trust Barrett to move us down the field? That's the big key right here. Here we go. Barrett brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Coleman flanked to his left. Barrett takes the snap, looks to throw. The rush is on, shoots it out there, and it's going to be picked off again at the 29-yard line. Hold on. He's not touched, and he's going to return it in for the score.
They didn't mark him down?
I thought he got touched. But is this the NFL rules where they have to touch him when he's down?
I thought our receiver fell right on top of him.
I thought he was touched. Clearly thought he was touched.
Yeah, well, as it sits right now, it is a pick six. And, you asked if the coaches were going to trust Barrett in this situation.
And he was touched on contact right there. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think that's a missed call by the officials. Let's see if they make it right.
That's a bad missed call, though. You cannot miss on stuff like that. That costs people jobs.
Yeah, they're calling it a touchdown.
They surely are. And that was he went up and picked it. As he was picking it, there was contact with the receiver, meaning you're getting touched on your way down. The ball should have been around the 29-yard line spotted for the Syndicate. However, it's not. They're going out for the PAT. Or are they? What are they doing?
It looks like they're going for two. I mean, in this scenario, Coach, if you're running, if you're doing anything you want really offensively, I would do the same thing. I think this is a very aggressive play call by the Syndicate.
Here we go. Barrett brings him to the line. No, Hunt. Hunt takes a snap, going to hand the ball off. No, he keeps it. He still has the football as he's moving. Hold on, there's a little bit of a crackback block, and they do throw it. They throw it. There was a crackback block right here on the edge, and I think that's going to keep him out for the PAT. As there surely was. It wasn't vicious, but it still was a crackback nonetheless, and that's what got him in the end zone.
And it was low too, Coach.
Absolutely.
And they called it holding.
They did miss the crackback block. However, they did call a holding penalty, and this is going to make them kick the PAT, I believe.
You would think. I mean, this is a few missed calls in a row here by the officials. I mean, they did get a hold, I suppose, but I'm with you, Coach. That crackback, and it was low.
It was dangerous crackback because it was so low, and they're still going to go for it.
I don't know if you declare that you go for the 2 point, even if there's a penalty, can you change that, I suppose? Or do you have to stick with the 2 point from the penalty yardage?
I'm not sure on this. Here we go. Hunt brings him to the line, takes a snap, looks to throw. The rush is on. They're going to have him in the backfield for a sack and bring him down.
Yeah, that was Oliver. coming off the edge and finally finishing a sack. I mean, we've gotten a lot of pressure, and Hunt's been able to sort of sneak through it, but, finally able to convert on that one. So no conversion for the Syndicate on the pick six. We are at a 7-13 game. 13 points of the Syndicate literally coming, within the last 30 seconds or so. All defensive plays that they've made.
The wheels have kind of fell off. The momentum is definitely on the Austin side. Dominic Oliver from San Jose, California, 6'3", 250-pounder from Western Kentucky. He's a hilltopper. Got in there and made the sack.
He was a heavily recruited athlete out of high school. I believe he actually had a pro day with the San Francisco 49ers this year. So he is a very powerful athlete, very versatile, and we're seeing a lot of that on display here in the first half. And, the only knock, I guess, that I can say is that, up until that last play, he hasn't been able to bring anyone down in those pressure points on the sacks.
Well, they're getting to Hunt, and that's the whole team. They just cannot snag him. He's a 6'3", 225-pound quarterback, and he's a stud.
And it looks like Hunt is going back to the locker room now. He's walking up the tunnel, so maybe he's just getting a little early exit. Hope he's not banged up either.
Embryonic tees it up, kicks it short. It's going to come down. Hold on, let's see what happens here. I don't believe they blew it. I don't believe they blew the ball in play.
No, I don't think it landed in the landing zone, Coach. Yeah, so the Black Gold get it at the 40.
Wow.
The ball has to land in the landing zone. This is NFL rules for the kickoff.
Which is the 20, between the 20 and the goal line, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So that little squib kick over the line, the wall of players, that just won't cut it. And now the Black Gold, look, I mean, our back's not against the wall. And I'm going to throw the question right back to you, Coach. Do you trust Barrett again?
You have to. There's a minute and 33 seconds left. You have the ball at the 40-yard line. You have 3 timeouts. You got to go down and try to get one back. If you don't trust him, then what are we doing? Here we go. Barrett brings them to the line, 2-by-2. Coleman flanked to his right. Barrett takes the snap. Looks to throw, shoots it out here, and it's going to be almost picked off again. What I'm seeing over here with the Syndicate is they're playing man-to-man, just tight, sticky coverage, and they're not showing Barrett anything open. They're not playing bad. They're saying that the wide receivers from the Black Gold can't beat us one-on-one. That's basically what they're doing.
Well, we've been claiming that they're, very talented. Route running is a big part of that puzzle piece, right? So, we got to see them start shaking off some of this coverage that you're talking about.
There absolutely has to have it. Here we go, 3-by-1 set. Barrett brings them to the line. Coleman flanked to his right. Barrett is a little bit shook right now. Takes the snap. Looks to throw, shoots it, has a man right in the hole. It's completed. On the move, inside of the 40, still on his feet. Down to the 30, still on his feet. He breaks a tackle, and he's going to get into the end zone.
Coach.
That's why you got to trust the young man, Barrett. What a throw.
Okay.
And what a catch. Is that Joel Viette?
No, so Joel Viette caught the ball, was rushing, broke a couple defenders, fumbled the ball, and Zatarius Anderson grabbed the ball in midair and ran it into the end zone.
No way.
So that is Anderson's first touch of the game.
Wow.
What a play collectively by the team. Barrett gets the touchdown. And, look, that's the answer that the Black Gold really needed heading into the half. I mean, what a break.
My goodness, what a throw by Barrett. To be shook up like that, his last 3 passes have been picked off or almost picked off.
Yeah, looking at it again here on the replay here, Coach. Look, the ball gets stripped. Anderson comes out of nowhere and takes the ball. And just everybody was watching. Nobody knew what was going on.
What a play by the Black Gold. They are back in it. Here we go. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. By Godina, your new score with 1 minute and 17 seconds left in the first half. The Black Gold 14, the Texas Syndicate 13.
Coach, we're going to keep it here because we got to talk a little bit about that, man. I mean, that's a play you just can't let go by.
Oh, my Lord.
You got to love this game of football. We were talking so much about how the offense just needed a break and, nothing was going right for them. And their defense, you've asked so much of them. And, they gave up literally one score. Then there was a pick six. And then you go down the field. Barrett makes a great pass. Jolivet makes a phenomenal catch, starts hustling through some tacklers, loses the ball, and Zacharias Anderson not giving up on the play right there when he needed to be, picks it up midair and runs it in for the 6, and now we got the lead.
I can see the Anderson kid, how explosive he is when he has the football, as he ran away from everybody out of the pile. But I will say this, there's something about Barrett. He has moxie. He does. You cannot, be shook that bad and then deliver a hole shot like that. That pass was right in the hole on a cover 2, and it was right down the seam. He put it exactly where it needed to be on the run. A great throw and catch by the receiver, and then really good hustle by Anderson. Here we go. The kick is away. The return is on from the 5, up to the 20. Has room. Spins, and he's going to be met at around the 30-yard line and pushed out of bounds. He's going to be pushed backwards. Let's see where they're going to spot it. They're going to spot it around the 23-yard line of the Syndicate, I believe.
Yeah, so again, to your point, Barrett, having a couple rough series before, shaking it off, and that's what you want from a quarterback. You don't want him to get, sort of the happy feet or some of those jitters when, they need him again, and he proved it right there by throwing a bullet to Caleb, who ultimately led to the touchdown by Anderson.
But credit to the coaching, because the coaches trusted him.
Correct.
They know the man's a gunslinger. You can see it in Barrett. He's going to make plays. He's going to make some not so well. Here we go. We got a change at quarterback. William King III in for the Syndicate. His first pass. He's going to tuck it and run right up the middle at the 20, 25, and they're going to knock him down around the 26-yard line. He's going to have a gain of about 4 yards on first down. That's going to bring us within a minute left in the first half and rolling down to 50 seconds.
Yeah, we saw Hunt go into the locker room earlier.
Hunt is into the locker room, and we're going to have King III. Takes the snap, looks to throw, rushed, shoots it out there, has a man at the 40. He's going to be taken down at the 43-yard line. That's going to be a gain of around 15 yards on the play. 37 seconds and a timeout on the field by the Texas Syndicate.
All right, well, we're going to keep it here again, and we're going to talk about our defense stepping up when we need them to once more. We need to get off the field here without giving up any more points, Coach.
You have to. It's imperative. Really, really tight ball game. 3/4 of the first half was a snooze fest. I love action, and it really was a snoozer. This last, I want to say, a minute and a half of game time, a football game broke out, an exciting football game. And so it's a 1-point game with us on top. But they're not willing to sit on that ball. They have their backup quarterback in from Hugo, Oklahoma, played at Lincoln University, William King III.
He did get some playing time last week against that home opener against the Toros. And, very similar story to what Hunt was dealing with respect to sort of running around because the offensive line wouldn't give him protection. But he's going to be asked to sort of lead this last drive for the Syndicate before halftime. Let's see what he's able to do, and let's see what the Black Gold can do defensively.
Here we go. King brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Sanders flanked to his right. 38 seconds left in the first half. 14-13 is the count. Black Gold on top. King takes a snap, looks to throw, looking. He's in trouble in the backfield, and he's going to have to throw it away. There's going to be flags on the field, and I bet you it has to do with Amuwale.
Yeah, I think he was we pointed out that the O-line is really having a tough time managing him, and they're reverting to a lot of holding. Some of that the refs have missed. Looks like they caught that one. I don't know if it was an illegal hands to the face or if it was a hold.
The
Looks like it
left
was a hold.
tackle is getting wore out by Praise. Praise the Lord Amuwali. He is just a terror back there tonight.
Yeah, once again, penalties hurting the Syndicate offense. You know, they're still on their end of the field with 30 seconds to go in the half. A lot to ask for to bring them down, but penalties bring you backwards.
Still a long way to get a first down. It's going to be first down and 20. Let's see if the coaches just take it into halftime or they just see if they're aggressive. Here we go. Praise in the backfield again. He's going to have hands on King. Shoots it out there. It's going to be a man wide open at the 50. Makes a move at the 40. Needs a block and does not get one. He's going to step out of bounds around the 32-yard line of the Black Gold. There's your answer.
Yeah, and we got an injury on the play, Coach. That's Jonathan Cajagal, who's limping off. He's coming to the bench looking for a few people to come give him a hand heading into half. I hope he's all right because we need him on that defensive line. But, yeah, that was a big play by Blade Moore, number 11 for the Syndicate. And another great play by the quarterback. I mean, first string, second string, doesn't matter. They're running around making plays after getting touched.
Praise had him in the backfield, just could not bottle him up. Here we go. King brings him to the line, takes a snap, looks to throw. Praise is on him again. And King's going to get out of trouble again. At the 30, they're going to have hands all over him for about a 2-yard gain. Oh, they're going to have a face mask for a horse collar. They're going to have a horse collar penalty. There is 14 seconds left in the first half. Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, and that was Big Janelle Brown, doing the chasing him down. But, you got to be smart in that scenario because more importantly than the yards, this stops the clock.
Stops the clock, and it gives you a penalty all the way. If it's a personal foul, it's going to be a 15-yarder, and it's going to put the ball down around the 15-yard line with 14 seconds left in the first half. This is going to be a big call. Going to move the ball all the way down to the 16-yard line.
Yeah, it is that horse collar, personal foul. All right, well, big step up needed for the Black Gold here. Again, we got to call on our defense to make a big play. But that's us shooting ourselves in the foot with a penalty, Coach.
Absolutely. Have to make a play here. King has them on the run. 2-by-1 set, wing to the left. Sanders flank to his left. There's going to be motion. There's going to be motion on the Syndicate, and that is going to be a big penalty. It's not going to be a 10-second runoff as the clock was stopped.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of bringing back some Vietnam flashbacks of that Herd game with all the penalties here.
There should be 14 seconds on the clock. I don't know if they're going to put the 2 seconds back on.
Looks like they just did.
Okay, there's 14 seconds left in the half. 14-13 is the count. Black Gold hanging on. King brings him to the line, wing to the left. Sanders flank to his left, 2-by-1. Takes the snap, reverses out. He's in trouble. Praise has him in the backfield, and they're going to knock him down in the backfield. A big-time play by Oliver and Praise as they came together for the stop. For the Black Gold, it's going to be a timeout on the field for the Syndicate with 7 seconds left in the first half.
Coach, Praise making plays again. It almost looked like it was a designed rollout right into his pressure.
It was.
And, almost gift wrap to Praise, and he held him up just long enough that finally the backside pressure was able to catch up. And we're able to bring him down. So, Coach, again, football's a funny game, right? I mean, we just talked about that crazy play with the Black Gold, gives us the lead. We have good field position, less than 2 minutes, backup quarterback in, big penalty, gets them first down inside the 20. Syndicate get backed up with a penalty, and now a huge sack. 7 seconds to go here.
So let's talk about what I think is going to happen here. They're going to try to get a really quick pass and try to get the ball around the 15-yard line, go down, call timeout, and get the field goal unit on the field to kick the field goal. That's what I would do.
Yeah, that has a lot of faith in what your quarterback can do on that timing route.
Yeah, well, that's what they have to do because the kicker has shown that he kind of struggles from this area of the field.
Yeah, on that extra point, it looked, the previous field goal attempt, it didn't even make it to the crossbar. So, I guess they got really no choice but to try to make something happen here and get them a little closer to try to bang it through for 3 before the half.
This would be a 47-yard field goal around there, 46-yarder from here. So he has to get a little closer. King brings him to the line. Takes the snap, looks to throw. He's going to roll to the right, looking. Nobody home. He has to shoot it out of bounds, and that's going to be the end of the first half. Hold on. They're going to say that he had 1 second left. Let's see what they come to, because right now they're showing zeros, and the black gold is just walking. They're running to the. They're running. Let's see.
The refs are moving off too. Yeah,
that's a little bit of home.
Yeah,
a little bit of home cooking right there, because there was 1 second left, I believe.
You had the right idea, Coach, but I don't think they heard you, because, you don't run a play like that.
You can't take that long on that. It has to be a quick over the middle, because you still have a timeout. But you got to catch it and get down and call timeout to move the ball closer. 47-yarder, I believe they attempted one earlier in the game, and it was really low and looked not very good.
All right, well, that's the end of the first half. Black gold, end of a wild first half. End of a wild first half, I should say, because the last 2 minutes is really where all the action happened. Black Gold 14, Syndicate 13. You're watching Texas football and Tall City Black Gold.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos. And Jumborito.
A tasty treat, Jumborito.
And good lean meat, Jumborito. Morning, noon, or night, anytime is right for a Mexican treat, Jumborito.
Yeah, but I didn't watch the championship. I only watched.
Did you watch us play Detroit that night?
No, I watched you play Chicago. You should have watched us play Detroit.
I like that in it. You know,
Diamondback's kind of the poster child for the Shell Revolution. We started in 2012. We went public with 3,000 barrels a day of production, and now here we are doing 900,000 barrels a day of production. Continue to look for ways to grow the business organically and inorganically, like we've done over the last decade and a half.
oh, they have stuff upstairs.
Well, they did last time.
Yeah, it was my and John's suite.
Diamondback's core business is nothing more complicated than converting rock into cash flow. We own about 800,000 acres worth of leases in the Permian Basin, all based in Texas. We've grown significantly over the last 15 years. Started with almost nothing, about 30,000 acres, and now here we are today. A differential size and scale. The differentiator for us has been our ability to convert that rock into cash flow at cheaper prices and cheaper cost structure than anybody else, which has allowed us to acquire a lot of assets and grow our oil production significantly. We estimate we're only getting about 10% out of the oil in place out of the ground today. Diamondback is kind of the poster child for this shale revolution in Texas, and that wouldn't be possible without free markets, capitalism, and a supportive regulatory environment in the state of Texas.
All right, and we are back at halftime. It is the Black Gold 14 and the Syndicate 13 in a real wild end to that first half. And we're going to break it all down for you. So the first points of the game came actually on the second offensive snap for the Syndicate, but the Black Gold are the ones that got on the scoreboard. So it was sort of a lateral pass to the receiver. Ball dropped. I don't know if the receiver didn't realize the play was still live, but Colby Calvin did not hear a whistle and kept the play alive. Scooped it up, scored the 6, and that got the Black Gold out to an early touchdown lead. And then it was sort of crickets for a little bit. The Syndicate were really, really controlling the offensive momentum of the game all the way through the second quarter. Penalties really hurt them in that second quarter, and that's why they weren't able to capitalize a little bit more. But towards the end of that first half, the Black Gold got pinned very deep into the back of their end zone, and Barrett threw a pass. It got tipped at the line of scrimmage. Linebacker intercepted it, or questionable interception. I mean, we thought it hit the turf from up here, but the refs had a closer advantage point. the next play, Syndicate run a play action and a wide receiver wide open in the back of the end zone, finally gets them on the scoreboard for the season. And then, sort of the chaos ensued from there. Barrett throws another interception. Defense steps up big on an interception of our own. And then, the coaches kept going back to Barrett. He was able to throw it over the middle, connect with Joliet. And in a wild play, Joliet was trying to break some tackles. The ball actually came loose, and running right next to him was Zadarius Anderson, who scooped it up and ran it in for the touchdown. So when all sort of hope was lost offensively for the Black Gold, a crazy play ends up giving them the lead heading into the halftime. Coach, your thoughts on what really transpired there and what we should be talking about here in the locker room?
Well, that last 2 minutes of the ball game in the first half, that's where all the action occurred. Some mistakes by the Black Gold for sure, by us, and Texas Syndicate taking advantage of some. Left some out there. I think the Texas Syndicate have pretty much had us on the back foot most of the first half. We have got to establish an offensive identity. I think we're already through a game and a half, and we still don't really know what we are. We know we have players. Joliet, we got Zadarius Anderson out there. Seems to be a tremendous game breaker. We have to get the ball in those guys' hands in space. Of course, you got Coleman in the backfield. That's just a meat grinder when he gets out there. And then I believe we have something with Barrett. He showed a lot of moxie after throwing those two picks. I want to say 3 picks because he really was in trouble on one of those plays right after he threw the 2 picks. He threw another one, and the kid just dropped it. So he showed a lot of moxie on throwing that ball on a dart right down the seam, and that's what ultimately, after Anderson picked it up in midair, led to the touchdown. Without that, and kudos to the coach. Big ups to the coach for trusting him. I believe that's Coach Ford, trusting Barrett to, go back there and take momentum. That was crucial because right before the half, the Syndicate went to King. Remember, Hunt went into the locker room early. Something wrong with him after a Praise Amawali sack or Oliver sack. It was one of the two that got him. I believe it was Oliver. Hit him kind of low. He goes into the locker room early after having a tremendous first half. Hunt did, looking really good out there. King, a different type of quarterback, still a dual threat guy. Nevertheless, got out of jail for them a couple of times on the last drive, and we kept telling each other, what are they going to do? They got a backup quarterback in the game. Are they going to sit on the lead? Or are they just going to go into half, content with the being down by 1 after really outplaying the Black Gold in the first half? They weren't ready to rest on their laurels, and they went down the field on us. And we are really fortunate that we're not sitting at a disadvantage right now.
And I think a lot of that had to do with the penalties, Coach. Like the Syndicate really did hurt themselves on a number of plays, key plays. We did as well. I mean, there's no pointing fingers that you can't throw stones living in a glass house here. But the Syndicate really hurt their field position chances, and they were moving the ball. They were running very aggressively. They had very powerful running backs. I mean, Raekwon Smith and Trey Sanders were both hurting the team very much. We were over pursuing a little bit off the edges, which, again, all fixable things. I like to see them breaking through. Praise had probably the best first half defensively of any Black Gold player. And then, sort of the team sort of coming in on the backside. We got to finish those tackles and those sacks. King and Hunt, both quarterbacks for the Syndicate, respectfully, they've sort of shown that they have the ability to escape that pressure and make something happen with their feet, either on the sidelines or even up the middle.
Praise Amawali. If there's one player that we can point to that could play at the next level, that's Praise Amawali from Katy, Texas, 6'3", 250 pounds. He's lived in the backfield the first game and a half of this season. on every team that he's played. So that tells you he's got staying power. He's a tremendous. His ball get off is just unbelievable. He's a player and a half. He's a guy you have to really double team or chip to slow him down. We can do some stuff creatively off of him with blitz packages because he's just so dominant out there. He gives us he's a real bright spot for us really as a team. Praise Amuwali. He's the man of the match for my first half for us. There's no doubt about it. He's really a game breaker. We would probably be looking at a 2-touchdown deficit if it wasn't for Praise Amuwali.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we're going to take another break here as halftime winds down. Black Gold 14, Syndicate 13. You're watching Tall City Black Gold football, brought to you by Diamondback Energy.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos at Jumborito.
A tasty treat, Jumborito.
And good lean meat, Jumborito. Morning, noon, or night, any time is right for a Mexican treat, Jumborito.
Diamondback's kind of the poster child for the shale revolution. You know, we started in 2012, we went public with 3,000 barrels a day of production, and now here we are doing 900,000 barrels a day of production. We continue to look for ways to grow the business organically and inorganically, like we've done over the last decade and a half. Diamondback's core business is nothing more complicated than converting rock into cash flow. We own about 800,000 acres worth of leases in the Permian Basin, all based in Texas. We've grown significantly over the last 15 years. Started with almost nothing, about 30,000 acres, and now here we are today at a differential size and scale. The differentiator for us has been our ability to convert that rock into cash flow at cheaper prices and cheaper cost structure than anybody else, which has allowed us to acquire a lot of assets and grow our oil production significantly. We estimate we're only getting about 10% out of the oil in place out of the ground today. Diamondback is kind of the poster child for this shale revolution in Texas, and that wouldn't be possible without free markets, capitalism, and a supportive regulatory environment in the state of Texas.
All right, and we are back to the start of the second half. Once again, the score 14-13 Black Gold on top of the Syndicate. You know, one of the things that happened in that early first half, Coach, too, was Tyrell Thomas, our illustrious safety, going down with a big injury. Hopefully he's okay. We still haven't heard any updates on his progress. You know, praying that he's all right, number one. And, you know, clearly we got to fill that void because he was a big pair of shoes to fill.
We got numbers on them. Number 11, Satarius Anderson, and number 12, Elijah Roundtree, back deep to receive the second half kickoff. Embriani, the kicker, tees it up. And boots it away. It's going to come down. No, did not come down inside the zone. That's going to be another 40-yard start.
That's two today, Coach.
I don't understand what the, you know, what.
Simple plays, simple
goodness.
plays.
They're giving up 40 yards of field position. The ball's going to start at the 40.
Maybe they just don't have a kicker with enough of a leg. I mean, we saw him, you know, come up short on that. I guess it was a 34, 35-yard field goal attempt. Now they're talking about it. See what's going on.
Well, it didn't hit inside of the zone.
Everybody's kind of standing around here.
It
looked like it was on us. It was, I guess, an illegal formation. Maybe one of our guys on the line moved a little too fast.
Wow.
But still, if that doesn't land in the zone, isn't that offsetting?
It should be.
Now they're moving it where? To the, I guess they are moving it to the 40.
I think they're going to redo it.
Oh, okay. Well.
Elijah Roundtree and Satarius Anderson back deep. You have Dominic Oliver?
No, I have Gonzalez. Gonzalez, number 23. I don't know. It's
Laquiviante Gonzalez.
a little hard to see some of the numbers here on those black gold jerseys.
And Roundtree. Embriani tees it up, and he's not going to hit it again. That's going to be a penalty. They do not have a kicker to kick it inside of the 20.
Well,
that should be spotted at the 40.
It took 2 tries and about 5 minutes of our time, but we got it right.
Well, that's going to give us good starting field position as Barrett will lead them onto the field.
I'd love to see a nice little offensive drive here. Keep that momentum shift for the offense and come out with a little bit of a bang like they did in the second half of the last game.
Absolutely. Barrett brings them to the line. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 formation. Coleman directly in back of him. Barrett takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to Coleman around the left-hand side. He's going to put his head down and get forward for about 7 yards on first down.
Hard yards again, Coach, and at the end he sort of got folded like a lawn chair.
Give him 6.
But aggressive run. And once again, coming out of the gate in the second half, running the ball pretty tough. Let's see if they can keep this up. I like it so far.
2nd down and 4. Ball at the 46-yard line of the Black Gold. Barrett brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Coleman flanked to the left. Motion from left to right. Coleman takes a snap. They're going to quick pitch it out to the left-hand side. Puts the foot in the ground. Gets north and south. And that's going to be Trey Goodman on the carry.
Looks like Goodman's playing a little bit of quarterback. We heard this week.
Is that Goodman?
Yeah, we heard about this week.
Okay.
You know, he showed off some of those skills in practice, and it caught the coach's attention. So they let him play quarterback a little bit, and he's I guess out there leading this drive.
That's going to be number 4, Trey Goodman.
Barrett's on the sidelines with his helmet on top of his head. I mean, I don't think it's injury related. It might just be a shift of trying to change things up offensively.
I thought he'd come out of there pretty fast. Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. This is Coleman all written all over it. Goodman takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Coleman, and they're going to have him at the line of scrimmage. He's still moving the pile forward. Let's see. He's going to get the first down.
Wow.
Or he's going to be real close. I thought he surged to the 50. They're going to spot him on this side of the 50, right at the 49.5-yard line. It's going to be maybe 4th down and a half yard. Let's see. This is going to be a big decision by the coaches.
Yeah, they definitely called him short.
Let's see what Coach Blackshear elects to do, as Trey Coleman is just a strong person.
He's a bowling ball. I mean, just let him play quarterback and just lean forward at this point.
My goodness, he keeps the feet driving, the legs churning. With him, you can make a lot of butter really easy because he churns them legs. Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line, wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. Goodman takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Coleman, and he's going to have the first down all the way down to the 46-yard line of the Syndicate.
Keep going to the well, Coach. It's working.
Coleman moving the pile as he does come out. I believe he checks out. Let's see. Who is in there now?
It's King Bradley, number 2.
Number 2, King Bradley. The defensive end from last week playing the running back position.
Yeah, he's gotten a couple looks. He looked aggressive too, so we'll see what he can do here.
Goodman brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Bradley flanked to his right. Goodman takes the low snap. Looks to throw. He's rushing. Oh, he's going to drop the football. Let's see who jumped on top of it. Oh, my Lord. And we're going to say we're going to have the football, but that's going to be a loss of about 6 yards on first down.
Coleman's pointing that we recovered it.
Well, there's still a big old dog pile. Let's see what happens.
Black Gold recover.
The Black Gold maintained possession. However, it's a big loss on first down. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 16. Check that, a 2nd down and 17.
Yeah, it was a big loss.
A big loss on first down. You know, sometimes when you're not the quarterback, you're kind of loose with the football, especially when you're not used to stepping up and playing in that pocket. He had to elude the rush and step up in the pocket, and that's what happened right there. Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. 3-by-1 set. Goodman takes a snap. Good play action. Looks to throw. Shoots it out here. Has a man, and it's going to be incomplete at the 45-yard line.
Just led him too close to the sidelines, Coach. I mean, he had some separation off of the corner.
Zatarius Anderson.
Yeah.
You got to kind of make that catch, though. It was a comeback route, and I think it did hit his hands. Let's see. It would have been a tough catch, but still, you got to try for it. It was a good effort, but
Yeah, but even a comeback route on 2nd and 17, that doesn't get you much of that real estate back.
here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man on a go route, and it's going to be incomplete. He overshot everybody at the 20-yard line.
Yeah, not sure who he was throwing to there. I mean,
Well.
it clearly was a go route, but I guess that's just not enough practice with the receivers to catch up and see who you're throwing to.
It was predetermined, it looked like, that he was going to shoot that deep route anyhows, and he did.
Well, the quarterback experiment to open the second half didn't work out too well, and a lot of that had to do with, sort of the fundamentals of just not holding on to the football as a quarterback.
Had a good drive going there with Coleman until that play.
Yeah.
The snap is back. The kick is rushed, and it's away. It's a good one. It's going to come down around the 10-yard line, and the return is on from there. Makes a move, and that's a good tackle at the 10-yard line, and let's see who that is.
Great open field tackle.
Absolutely.
Looks like it was Ivan Myrtilis. Great open field tackle there. Special teams, I mean, always the name of the game for field position, and you can't ask anything more from a man like that in an open field. Good coverage and great punt too. He had some guys in his face, and our kickers with their big legs, man, they're tilting the field here for the Syndicate. So we'll see if our defense can take advantage of this field position here. But we're going to step aside real quick, and we'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, and we're back. Syndicate's going to have their first offensive possession of the second half, and it's going to start deep in their own territory, roughly around the 13-yard line.
And that is Hunt. Hunt leading them back onto the field. Is that going to be King?
Yeah, check that. That's King, actually.
Wing to the left. 2-by-1 set. Wing to the right now. King takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off right up the middle. Going to be churning and still on his feet. He's going to be finally taken down around the 17-yard line. It's going to be a good gain of about 5 yards on first down.
Yeah, this is a power running game on by both teams here. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if anything happened with Hunt, but King remains in the game. I don't know if the coaches liked what they saw at the end of the first half with King, or if Hunt is a little banged up.
That's going to be Trey Sanders on the carry. King brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Sanders flanked to his left. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders around the left-hand side again. He's moving the pile forward. Going to be a gain of 6 yards. Going to be enough for a first down. All the way up to the 24-yard line. They're going fast. King has them on the move. King brings them to the line. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. Sanders flanked to his left. King takes a snap, looks to throw, looking. He's going to have to tuck it and run. And run he does at the 30. Needs a block at the 40, still on his feet. And he's going to be taken down at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, that's the pocket collapsing and him escaping again. I mean, one of the things that I'm noticing on our defensive front, coach, is, we're very aggressive on the pass plays, but the running games, it looks like we're on our heels a little bit and riding back with the offensive line and that power running game that the Syndicate is pushing forward. I'd like to see the running front match the passing front as far as aggressiveness.
King has them on the move. Wing to the left, 2-by-1 set. King takes a snap, Going to hand the ball off to Sanders around the left-hand side, puts the foot in the ground, and he's going to have 6 yards on first down. 2nd down and 4 coming. Ball all the way up to the 46-yard line.
We're getting helmets there. We really are. We're getting personnel there, and we credit the running back. He's just churning his legs and keeping the pile moving forward. Again, it's a shades of Coleman from our team. It's a power football game now.
That last play was a gain of 15 yards by Sanders. Sanders has a little bit more pace on him. Here we go. King brings him to the line. My fault. King takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders. And there's a big hole at the 40. Still on his feet. At the 20. And he's going to be brought down right around the 20-yard line. They're going to call it the 16.
Yeah, he busted through that seam. And once he got into that second level, there was really no help there in the secondary to try to bring him down. He had a full head of steam at that level anyway. It would have been tough for 1 or 2 guys to bring him.
A gain of 36 yards for Sanders on that 2nd down and 4 carry.
And Syndicate keep that hurry-up offense intact here.
King bringing him to the line. Wing to the right, 2-by-1 set. Sanders flanked to the right. King takes the snap, shoots it out there, has a man at the 20. Turns on the speed at the 15, inside of the 15, down to the 13-yard line.
Yeah, that was Deshaun Bell, Fort Valley State University. Little guy, 5'10", 180, but he definitely has some wheels out of that slot position. So it was a quick pass in his way.
2nd down and 6 coming, a gain of 4. King has him on the move. 7 minutes and 27 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. 14-13 is the count. Tall City on top. King brings him to the line. 2-by-1 set. Wing to the right. Sanders. Flank to his left. Motion. King takes the snap. Looks to throw. Looking. Shoots it. And that's going to be a touchdown. Oh, my Lord. They got him on a post. Right over the middle.
That was Contavious Workman.
When you're running the ball so effectively like that, that's what you're going to get. The safeties came up to run support, and the most important thing is you saw the ball in the belly of the back. He pulled it, and that the safeties have to react. They have to react to the run.
I think we just kind of got bullied on that possession, Coach.
Surely did.
The power running game really hurt us, and once you're on your heels because you're looking out for that running game that's hurting you so much, it's really hard for.
They're going heavy. They're going heavy out of the eye. Wing to the right. Watch for the play action. King takes a snap. Going to keep it. And the same play action pass is happening, and it's going to be completed in the end zone for the 2-point conversion. A good throw by King as he was pressured off of that right-hand side. And I want to say that was Oliver. A late flag coming down. Something going on right in the middle pile.
Yeah, this is tempers flaring. I'm not sure who it's on, but there was definitely some communication happening in that pile.
I believe me and you were talking off camera about the energy expended by the defense in the first half.
Yeah, their conditioning is definitely going to be put to the test here. And, Coach, when you get run all over like you did in that series, it's really hard to, stay hydrated, stay fresh.
It wasn't just the run. It was the pace.
The pace, too, absolutely.
The pace that they're playing with, it just keeps you on a mental, you just mentally have to be lined up fast and have to think fast. And I'm telling you what, it's a lot of pressure, that pace that they put on you.
And between King and Sanders, King from the quarterback position is still breaking those tackles and hurting you on the ground too. So, it's not just a beast of a running game. It's on the ground football that the Syndicate really put forth in that possession. And it led to not only the touchdown, but the same play for the 2-point conversion.
Absolutely.
Looks like
there's
a unsportsmanlike conduct on the Syndicate.
That's going to help us out. There's no doubt about it.
I wonder what the new landing zone is.
Well, it's still going to have to reach the 20.
Well,
still going to have to reach the 20-yard line, or we get it at the 40, which we got it at the 40 last time, and we ended up punting away from our own 45. We've got to take advantage of this field position that they're giving us.
We'll see what the kicker can do here.
I don't believe that's the kicker that we have on the roster. However, the kicker tees it up at his own 20. And he's going to boot it away. It's going to come down short of the landing zone, and we're going to have the football at our own 40-yard line.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the upcoming schedule for the Black Gold. Bye week in that week 1, again, that cancellation in that Fort Worth game. Here we are week 2 against the Syndicate. We're on the road next week in San Antonio for a monstrous game against the Toros. Toros sitting at 1-0 on a bye week this week. And then we're back here to host the Herd in a, sort of a league filler game. The Herd are going to come in and play each team on their home stadium. So we're going to face them again, familiar faces in week 4. And then we host San Antonio, and then we end the season over in Austin. So, that's the schedule looking forward for the Black Gold.
Looks like we're still going with Trey Goodman.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a coach's decision or not. I mean,
Wow.
Barrett is on the sideline with his helmet on.
We're going to have the football at the 50-yard line. Goodman bringing him to the line, 3-by-1 set. Coleman flanked to his right.
Got to capitalize on this field position, Coach.
Absolutely. Big series in the game right here for the Black Gold. Goodman takes the snap, shoots it, has a man, and it's going to be completed at the 40-yard line. A good dart out there by Goodman as he just shot it out there, and that's going to be the big wide receiver, Zatarius Anderson, with the 11-yard gain.
I love the pass. It was a real dart from Goodman.
It was a good one. No doubt about it. Is that the big receiver, Zatarius Anderson?
It was, yeah. And, again, you get the ball in these guys' hands, they can make things happen. So we're on the move already.
Goodman brings him to the line, wing to the right, 2-by-1 set. Coleman, flank to the right. Goodman takes the snap. It's going to be quarterback draw all the way. Makes a move. Still on his feet at the 25, all the way down inside of the 20. Mark at the 20-yard line. That's going to be a gain.
Gain of about 21, 22 on that, Coach.
Absolutely.
I'm with you. I think that was a design quarterback draw.
All the way. A quarterback draw for Trey Goodman. Trey Goodman. Listed as a wide receiver from Atlanta, Georgia, from A-Town.
He found that seam and followed his lineman all the way up. But he's got some wheels on him, too.
He's a wide receiver by trade, but he's stepping up right here. Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Goodman takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off to Coleman in the backfield. They're going to be all over him. Stack him up for about a yard loss on the play. Going to bring up a 2nd down and 11.
Check that, Coach. I think that was King Bradley. And, again, he's still rushing as aggressively as Coleman. Little tough to even tell the difference between the two of them and their running styles.
He has the yellow gloves, I believe, right? Okay.
Yeah, so Coleman's here on the sideline with his helmet, and King Bradley's getting some of the touches on this drive for sure. But aggressive running. I mean, it seems like we lost a couple on the play, but, I still, first contact, keep those legs plowing.
Goodman brings him to the line. Goodman takes a snap, looking at Anderson. The whole time it was a stop and go.
There's
Shoots
a
it out there.
penalty.
It's going to be a pass interference. I think we're going to get a holding penalty. It was a stop and go for Zatarius Anderson out there on the edge. And
Beautiful pump fake.
My goodness, it was going to be there.
Yeah.
It was going to be there, and that was a very smart play by the defensive back because that was a touchdown. And
that was a pump by Goodman, and he definitely threw the corner off pace. He might have been able to try to bite on that, but definitely.
He bit. He was going to get behind him if he didn't grab him, and he grabbed him.
I think they're calling illegal contact, so it's a 5-yard penalty.
It's
but it is a first down.
Automatic first down, and that's the big part of that. But I'll tell you one thing: that was a tremendous play for that DB because that was a touchdown.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, he got beat, but he thought again, and I like the aggressive play calling to Zatarius.
There we go. Goodman brings him to the line. 2x2 set. King Bradley in the backfield with him. Motion from right to left. Goodman takes a snap. Oh, he's going to fumble it in the backfield. Did we see who got on the ball?
I think it might have been a lineman.
My goodness. We cannot take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, and that's what we're doing right now.
No, that one was on Josh. I mean, the handoff looked clean.
I thought it was.
Yeah, it looked like our right tackle picked it up.
King Bradley has to get that football and corral it. 2nd down and 12 coming. This is a huge possession in the game. 14-21 is the count. Texas Syndicate on top.
Yeah, Coleman checks into the game now, so we'll see if they stick to the ground or if they give the ball to Goodman again to try to make something happen with one of these wideouts.
It does look like Goodman is favoring Zatarius Anderson. He's trying to get the ball to the big timer. Goodman brings him to the line. 2x2 set. Coleman flanked to his right. Motion from left to right. Goodman takes the low snap, shoots the ball.
Batted
It's
at
gonna
the
be-
line of scrimmage. And it looks like our lineman dove back for the ball. So yeah, tipped pass.
It was tipped by one of the defensive tackles, it looked like.
Yeah, so that's a few plays we've seen now, Coach, where the Syndicate line, as big as they are, they're getting their paws up and they're knocking those plays down. It led to an interception deep in our own zone, which cost us points. Maybe we got to figure out ways to run those pump fakes again, get those guys off their feet, and maybe run a little quarterback draw from it.
Quarterback draw sounds good right here. 3rd down and 12 I got. Or they're going to call it 2nd and 12. Is that 3rd? It is. It's 3rd down. Did he catch the football? Because they're spotting it back.
Yeah, I think the lineman dove back and caught it, actually.
Oh, no. 3rd down and around 17. Motion from left to right. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw, looking. Now he's going to have to tuck it. He's still looking. He's going to pump fake it. He's going to be brought down inside of the 15 down to the 12. That's a really good play by Goodman. That was a heck of a run. He's going to get us close down there to the 1st down. It's not going to be enough, but we're going to bring up a 4th down. And now you give the coach a decision.
Yeah,
on
it looks
what
like
to
they're
do.
bringing out Eddie Godina for 3. We'll see how this plays out. Defensively, you're giving up a lot of big possessions, a lot of big plays, eating up a lot of clock. Let's see if these 3 points make the difference in the game at the end.
2:24 and counting. 14-21 is the count. Texas Syndicate on top. Godina looking to give us 3 to get closer. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score with 2 minutes and 2 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. The Black Gold 17. The Texas Syndicate 21.
We got more flags on the field, Coach. I mean, I hope this isn't, us losing our cool with a lot of this stuff. But we're going to step aside. We're going to take a quick commercial break.
Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club?
Did you say ranch?
I need a little ranch. Ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch. Ranch, I wanna let my boots down loud, make it go.
Candied bacon,
3 steps forward, 1 step back. Take your
a buttermilk ranch bun
it all back. Put your hands up high, drop down low.
with a jalapeno kick.
The way it goes at the ranch.
Introducing the Jalapeno Ranch Club. It's Chick-fil-A chicken, all ranched up.
All right, and we're back. Looks like that penalty was on the black gold, so it's going to be enforced here on the kickoff. It was a dead ball foul, unsportsmanlike conduct. I believe it was on Gabriel Adewuze, number 14, if I heard the number correctly. Forgive me if I didn't. But either way, tempers flaring at the end of these plays, Coach, late in the game when you're tired. This is something they got to get under control here.
No doubt about it. Let's see where they're putting the ball down at.
I mean, Eddie's got a leg regardless on where.
Was it a penalty on them or
I guess
us?
it was on the Syndicate.
I believe it was on them.
And if it is still number 14, that's Stacy Brown.
Nevertheless, we still have to hit the landing zone. So if I'm the kicker, I'm Godina. We're just popping the ball up in the air. Yeah, you see the ball. So, yes, you have to move them forward because the penalty was on them. All Godina has to do is put the ball in play inside of the 20 and the goal line, and we're going to have them really, really pinned deep.
Yeah, a little pop fly.
That's all he has to do. And, at this point, it might be popped up and dropped and fumbled. It's a live football.
We could use a turnover here.
Absolutely. Godina. Tees it up. And he pooches it. It's going to come down inside of the landing zone, and it's going to bounce at the 10-yard line. And the return is on from there. He does have a lane. He's at the 30. Turns on the speed at the 40. Has one man to beat at the 50. And that one man was Godina and knocks him out of bounds inside of Black Gold territory at the 48-yard line.
We do have a flag on the play, possibly coming back. But that was a great return by Dejon Bell again in the play.
My
He's
goodness.
had so many plays in this game.
And it is. It's going to be a holding penalty on the Syndicate. It's going to move the ball backwards. Let's see where it was called.
We caught a break there, Coach.
An absolute break.
Because, we didn't take advantage of the short pooch. We had hats there again, and, just these guys are wiggling out of our pressure points, finding these seams and just busting them up. And I mean, good on Eddie for sort of, trailing him in the right path and knocking him out. But I mean, everything sort of is nullified with the hold anyway, but you'd love to see that from your kicker.
I'm really impressed with the Syndicate playmakers as they're making plays tonight. King the third brings him to the line. King takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders right around the right-hand side, and he's going to be moving forward for about a gain of 3 yards. Give him 2.
Yeah, there's a good play by our linebackers stepping up into that running path.
And also the defensive tackle, the big guy.
That's Janil Brown.
Janil Brown just really being hard to move off the point. He stood his ground. He didn't get pushed backwards, and that's why that play didn't work. Here we go. King brings him to the line, 3-by-1 set. Sanders, flank to his left, takes a snap, looks to throw, looking, a stop route, and it's going to be completed around the 24-yard line. It's going to move them close to the first down. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and very manageable 2.
Yeah, that was number 13, E.J. Howard, out of the University of the Cumberlands, 5'11", 185, coming back and making a nice play.
And King has him on the move. He's going fast with the pace. 2-by-1 set. Wing to the left. Sanders. Flank to his left. King takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders, and we're going to meet him in the backfield.
We're
going to stop him from getting the first down.
Great pressure.
Absolutely. It's going to bring up a 4th down.
And,
and they're going to have to kick it away to us, right?
You would think, but their kicking game has really had issues. And, I'm almost asking you.
They're staying on the field.
It looks like it, yeah.
This is going to be a huge play as we approach the 4th quarter with 18 seconds. I believe they're just going to flip the field as there's a slight wind from the south to the north, And I believe that's what's fixing to happen. They're just going to flip the field and start the fourth quarter.
Well, they can on fourth down, Coach, because of the Continental shift. This is an untimed down.
Well, I don't think they're thinking about the Continental shift. I don't. And you're right. You're truly right. But I don't know what's going to happen with the carryover to the quarter.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I looked at the rules and I saw that if it's second down, it automatically becomes that. Well, if it's third down, then that's the last play of the possession. But let's bring in the Continental shift. You know, here we are, the beginning of the fourth quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Continental shift. So, Coach, we talked about this during the preseason game. We're going to break it down one more time. The rules of the fourth quarter are going to be slightly different. The play clock is shortened from 40 seconds to 20 seconds. Fourth down is removed, except, I guess, in this position because they ended the third on fourth down, so we'll see how they play this out. Forward motion is now enabled, so any eligible receiver can now get a running head start towards the line of scrimmage. There's a 1 yard gap between the O-line and the D-line. There are no fair catches on punt returns. There's a halo rule for that. The punter, by the way, can also recover the punt, and he's live in that particular play. There's a 1 point rouge awarded for an unreturned end zone kick, so if the kick goes out of the end zone, it's 1 point. And the punter can get on the scoreboard. If he punts it through the uprights, that's called a los dos, and he will be on the score sheet.
So it should be our football.
Again, I'm not sure how the fourth down carries over from the third to the fourth quarter. That's a question we got to go back to the rule book on.
Right.
But it's interesting. I mean, I guess they just sort of play the fourth down as normal, but they are lined up in a punt formation.
They are now. I believe the fourth down, I believe it should be like this. This would be fair.
I mean, I would think that it would be an untimed down in the end of the third quarter to finish the possession
For
if
sure.
it is that fourth down, just to make it a clean Continental shift.
Nevertheless, we're going to have terrific field position as their kicking game has really struggled.
I'd love to see some pressure here, Coach. Let's get a block punt.
They had a block punt last weekend against the Toros, and it came from the right side. Here we go. The snap is back. The kick is away. It's a good one. It's going to move us all the way back to the 30-yard line, and the return is on from there. Up to the 35. Finds a crease. Up to the 45, and he's going to be brought down around the 45-yard line. Give him the 46.
That's El Capitan, Caleb Joviet, again on the kick return game.
Joviet, the main man, making plays for a steal. Let's see who we come out with at quarterback.
It looks like we're sticking with Goodman. I mean, we saw some good things from him in the last series for sure.
Well, he absolutely gives you the running threat that, Barrett cannot.
So once again, Coach, our defense steps up big. We got, we're losing it down now in the Continental shift, so we'll see how the offense can sort of move at a little faster pace.
Here we go. We're going to have motion with the two wide receivers. On the left-hand side, it looks like forward motion. A 3-by-1 set. It looks like we're missing a running back, doesn't it?
I think we might just have an extra receiver. I don't know what Zatarius is doing. The play clock is running.
No, there's really they're going to call a timeout and get everything situated. There's 5 linemen, and there was 4 wide receivers. We're missing a running back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw a couple weeks ago they stuck with 1 running back, and they used that extra receiver, not even using the tight end. But we're going to take a quick 30-second commercial break as they sort this out. You're watching Tall City Black Gold Football, brought to you by Diamondback Energy. All right, and we're back. 1st and 10.
Back to action. Goodman brings him to the line. It's a 2-by-2 set. Coleman flanked to the left. Motion. Goodman takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off. No, he keeps it around the left-hand side. Trying to get out of jail at the 40. Turn, needs a block, gets one. And he making moves all the way up to around the 48-yard line. Give him the 49. They're going to call it the 49-yard line. He's going to have a gain of about 4 yards.
Coach, I'll give you 2 guesses on who that receiver was that made that block on the edge.
Joviet.
No, that was our boy Roundtree.
Nice.
The one who
There
made
you
the
go.
block last time.
I got you. Goodman brings him to the line. 3-by-1 set. Coleman flanked to his right. Motion. Goodman takes the snap. Looks to throw. Shoots it out there. And is that Goodman? That's not Goodman.
was
That's Barrett. That is Barrett, and he threw a strike.
I guess they gave Goodman a breather.
And it was dropped. Going to be an incomplete pass. Was that dropped?
It looked like it, yeah.
That was number 10.
They were throwing the ball to Cameron King, the tight end. But it looks like there might have been a penalty on the play. Offside, lined up in the neutral zone. Little break there.
Let's see. Who is Barrett back out? He is, isn't he?
No, it's Goodman.
Goodman's in the game. Goodman brings him to the line. 3-by-1 set. Motion. Goodman takes a snap. Looks to throw. Looking. Now he's going to tuck it and run. No, he shoots it across the middle, and it's going to be incomplete at the 30-yard line.
Coach, you know what I think is going on here? I think that the Syndicate are not lining up with that 1-yard gap between the O-line in the Continental rule shift. And once again, they're flagged for an offside. And that's going to bring us a 1st down.
They got another flag on him. Well, they played it last week, so there's no reason.
No excuses.
No
for sure.
excuse.
Now we're on their side of the field at the 41-yard line. Let's see if our
Absolutely.
offense can do something here.
Goodman brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Trey Coleman flanked to his right. Motion. Goodman takes a low snap. Looking to throw. Has pressure. Shoots it out there. It's a long throw, and it's completed. It's going to be all the way down to the 35-yard line.
That was Zatarius Anderson, but coach, sorry.
They're going to
excuse me.
call it incomplete.
No, I believe they caught it, but there's a flag on the play. I think the snap was a little mistimed with the forward motion, and I think our left tackle got a little bit of a jump, so we might have given them that 5 yards back.
Why didn't they call the play dead?
Well, I actually confirmed this with the officials. If the forward motion receivers cross the line, they're treating it as an offside because the play can be intercepted, so the defense can decline it. It's not a dead ball foul.
Goodman brings them to the line. 3-by-1. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Has a timing pattern. It's going to be completed. At the 35-yard line, that's going to be number 11. Zatarius Anderson. And that's going to be a 10-yard gain. Move the ball all the way down to the 35-yard line of the Syndicate. 13 minutes and 39 seconds left in the ball game. This is really the key down for us. 2nd down coming. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be almost picked off and caught at the 25 and all the way down to the 20-yard line.
Yeah, that was Gonzalez, new receiver out of Cedar Hill, Texas. Kansas University was a Jayhawk, 5'11", 185.
Laquiviante Gonzalez on the reception, moving the ball.
That was a dangerous pass, though, Coach.
Oh, my Lord. It was flirting with disaster. Here we go. 3-by-1 set down to the bottom of your screen. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw. He shoots it deep. He has a man wide open and shoots it through the end zone. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, it
Lord
looks like
have
Zatarius
mercy.
tripped on his own feet, but that ball was at least 4 or 5 yards out the back of the end zone.
It had no shot to be caught. And my goodness, a pass like that, you just got to put it on him. He had nobody within 10 yards of him.
You need those opportunities to cash in, Coach. And in a game like this, man, you're not going to get many of them.
2nd down and 10. Remember, only 3 downs. Here we go. Goodman takes a snap, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be caught, but not for a lot.
Yeah, that's
Give 'em-
Caleb again. Only a gain of 4 on the play, or 3.
Give them a gain of 3. 3rd down and 7.
And they're bringing out Eddie.
Well, they have a great kicker. And anytime you have a great kicker, they're going to try to pull it within 1.
I mean, it's a safe bet here, regardless. I mean, you're going to get points on the board.
Hopefully.
Well, if you kick it, you miss it, you still
Absolutely.
get the rouge, right?
Absolutely. Here we go. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score with 12 minutes and 3 seconds left in the ball game. The Tall City Black Gold 20 and the Texas Syndicate 21.
We'll be right back.
I'll have the burger. Actually, I'll have the chicken.
I feel like everyone's looking at us.
Told you that barber was legit.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos at Jumborito.
A tasty treat, Jumborito.
And good lean meat, Jumborito. Morning, noon, or night, anytime is right for a Mexican treat, Jumborito.
All right, and we're back. Black Gold, drive it down, settle for 3, still trail by 1, 12 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Not completely against anything I saw on that drive, Coach. I liked what I saw out of Goodman. Receivers making some bigger plays, almost threw a pick, but turns out that Gonzalez was able to snag it in for a big play that got him into field goal range.
Goodman making plays with his arm and his feet.
And this is another rule of the Continental shift. The receiving team has the option to either accept the kickoff or take the ball at the 35. So it looks like the Syndicate's offense is going to start at the 35.
And that is King. King brings him to the line. 3-by-1 set. Sanders flanked to his right. Going to have motion on both sides. King takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders, looking for some running room. Puts his head down, and he's going to get all the way up to the 37-yard line. Going to gain 2 yards on first down. Going to bring up a second down. And this is huge because you only get 3 downs to get a first down.
You read my mind, Coach. I think this really helps the Black Gold because this limits the running game possibilities that the Syndicate can run here in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely. It turns them into a different football team. There's no doubt about it. But King he's got escapability back there. There we go. King brings them to the line. Wing to the left. Motion. King takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off. No, he shoots it out there. Has a man, and it's going to be dropped at the 42-yard line. A big drop right there.
Huge defensive play because now...
And they're going to punt it away?
We'll see. I mean, but this is 3rd down.
This is 3rd down, which is really like 4th down. Are they going to punt it away, or are they going to go for it?
Looks like they're going to go for it.
They are going to go for it. No, they're going to punt it.
I think they just realized it, Coach. And the play clock...
As at 20.
But the lineman is set.
The linemen have
That's
to get
a penalty.
Off. The linemen have to get off.
Yeah, but the center had his hand on the ball. He can't move after he does that.
Absolutely. You're right. I think they missed it.
Unless they didn't start. Well, it looks like they reset the play clock. I mean.
Here we go. The punter. We're going to have good field position. And they had one blocked last week. Came from the right-hand side.
Yeah, with that extra yard.
The punter. Boots it away. It's a good one. It's going to come down around the 30-yard line, and the return is on from there up to the 35, the 40. Puts his head down. He's going to be slung down at the 43-yard line. Let's see. Do we have any flags?
We do. We jumped into the
neutral zone.
The 1-yard neutral zone.
We jumped, but it's still going to bring up a 3rd down and I believe 3. It'll be a 3rd down and 3 coming if they accept the penalty. If not, we're going to have the ball at the 43-yard line of the Black Gold. It's decision time. What would you do?
It's a real interesting question because you're in sort of no man's land, and I mean the punting game has sort of improved since what we saw in their kicking game in the first half, but it looks like they're going to decline it.
Well, I'll say that, but they've had some scares tonight. We're getting close back there. On that play, we had one of the upbacks stop one of the guys that come in right down the middle, or that would have been close to being blocked.
Yeah, well, I mean, you also, from the blocking team's perspective, have the disadvantage with the yard gap too. So you can't really, stay on top of the ball and burst off. You really have to let the linemen sort of get their positioning and make your move from there.
Well, it looks like they're
still discussing it.
I think their defense is on the field. It's a 5-yard penalty, right? Lining
Correct.
up in that neutral zone. So it still would be a 3rd down and around 3.
I mean, I would take the penalty and kick it again and try
I would too.
Get a couple more yards of field position if I were the Syndicate.
There's a slight breeze from the south to the north, which they are going north right now. So they have the wind at their back. There's no doubt about it. I would take the penalty and kick it, try to flip the field even more. Well, that took a whole 10 minutes to
sort out. I mean,
my goodness. We were saying that from the get-go.
We were.
3rd down and 3 coming, and I believe they're going to punt it away again.
Yeah, I feel you have to punt it in this scenario. And, I would definitely take the penalty and try to get the yards. Now, from the Black Gold perspective, this might open the door for a big return.
It might. They cannot line up off sides again in that neutral zone. With
Discipline. You have to stay disciplined.
That 1-yard buffer area. Look where they're lined up right now. I don't think they want them. Look at that. I don't believe they want them anywhere close to the line.
Yeah, but this takes away any blocking possibilities.
Well, they're going to come off hitting them. That's what it looks like. The snap is back.
And
it's a rugby-style kick. It's going to come down at the 35, the 25, and the return is on from there. Shaking tacklers, he's going to get all the way up to the 38-yard line. That's a good return, but nevertheless, they lost 5 yards.
Call it a net of 5 on the penalty.
It was a net of 5, and it was a 5-yard penalty that turned out to be a 5-yard difference. They would have had the football around the 43-yard line. Instead, they have it at the 38.
And you're watching Tall City Black Gold Football, brought to you by Diamondback Energy.
First down.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
There we go. Back to action. Goodman brings them to the line. Going to be a 3-by-1 set. 10 minutes and 59 seconds left in the game. Motion. Takes a snap. Shoots it out there. Has a man at the 40. Needs a block. Gets one. Turns the corner at the 50. He's going to be run out of bounds inside of the 50 down to the 47-yard line of the Syndicate. Just a little screen out there to the left-hand side.
Yeah, that was Caleb Joliet. And I love the play call, Coach. You got receivers that have proven to be able to block downfield. Why not take advantage of it?
And nobody was out there covering Joliet. That is kind of strange on that. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw, being pressured. He's going to have to tuck it and run. He's going to be sacked in the backfield for a big loss.
That was good contained by the defensive front of the Syndicate, and the blocks just really broke down. And that play really hurts in the Continental shift, Coach, because now it's 2nd down and a mile, and you almost really just need to get about 10 or 11 yards and give your punter a chance for the Los Dos.
Absolutely. That would be the difference in the game. Here we go. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw. The rush is on again, shoots it out here, and it's going to be incomplete.
Not quite sure who he was throwing to. There was 3 defenders in the area. Now, this is an interesting call. I mean,
I still think we can hit the low. Well, we can at least get the Rouge. I believe we can at least get the Rouge because we have a punter. I think he can touch the back of the end zone right here.
Well, I mean, why not give him the chance to go for the Los Dos? And if he
Right.
misses it, we get the Rouge anyway.
Well, the Rouge would tie the game up, right?
Correct. And the Los Dos would give us the
what-
lead, so might as well go for it. But, the Syndicate receiver is lined up at the 15. He's not quite sure if he understands the kind of leg that Clark has.
Well, we are going into a little bit of a wind right now. The snap is back. We have an offside penalty. I believe it's on them. And it's going to be fielded at the 10-yard line. And the return is on from there to the 20, to the 25, and they're going to contact him at the 25 and take him down at the 26. There's a flag down, and I believe
Offside.
we're going to have them in the neutral zone again, aren't we?
We are. That's a 5-yard little boost. That's going to bring us to midfield.
I would take the penalty, and I would kick it again because he got it to around the 9-yard line, and maybe that could get us into the end zone for the Rouge.
But, Coach, he's putting a lot of height on that. And
He
I get
is.
it if you want to get a return guys down there to make some plays. But, if he gets it more on a sort of an acute plane, he might be able to boot it through the end zone and get that point.
And they are going to take the penalty, it looks like. Or are they going to give him the ball at the 26?
Oh, this is an interesting coaching decision.
I think they're just going to give him the football. There's 9 minutes and 43 seconds left in the ball game. 21-20 is the count. Syndicate on top. And Coach Blackshear has declined the penalty and just elected to give him the football at the 26-yard line and said, "Let's go. Let's try to turn them over."
I mean, I got to say, Coach, I question the call because you have such a powerful punter. You can even pin him deeper if you don't get it into the end zone. But maybe scared of the return game. They've shown some danger.
They've almost popped a couple. Here we go. King brings them to the line. Wing to the left. Sanders flank to the left. 2-by-1 set. Motion. Sanders takes the snap. Going to shoot it out to the right-hand side. It's going to be incomplete. Almost picked off on the rebound. It was in and out of the receiver's hands.
That's all defensive ends again, Coach. Coming up, putting their paws up, making a play. I don't know if he got a piece of it or if he just threw off the sight line for the quarterback. But it looked like that was Oliver.
A little bit of an errant throw. Going to bring up a 2nd down and 10. Remember, they don't convert here. They're probably going to have to punt it back. King brings them to the line. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. The dangerous Sanders flank to his left. 2-by-2 set now. Motion. King takes a snap, looks to throw, going to shoot it out to Sanders. Sanders has it at the 25, shaking tackles. He's going to be knocked out of bounds. Oh, still on his feet, fighting for everything, and he's going to be finally brought down around the 29-yard line. Sanders is dangerous. He's tough, he's rugged, and he's quick. He has tremendous skill. That's a good football player, Trey Sanders.
Check that, Coach. That's actually Raekwon Smith.
Raekwon Smith. Well, they're one and the same.
Well, they got 3 bowling balls
They
of
absolutely
running backs,
do.
man. I mean, again, it's hard for us to see numbers from up here, but, the running style, which we would normally try to gauge with, is so similar between these guys.
3rd down and 7 coming. 9 minutes and 15 seconds and rolling left in the ball game. 21-20 is the count. If we can get our punter, just our punter, to the 40-yard line, we're going to win the football game.
Still a lot of time left with 9 minutes, but we can control the clock for sure.
Absolutely. We've done a good job of controlling the game the second half. Besides that one drive, here we go. The snap is back. A rugby-style boot, and it's a bad one. It's going to come down around midfield. It takes one of their bounces. It's going to bounce all the way to the 48-yard line and be brought to a halt right there.
Coach, we roughed the punter.
Oh, my Lord. You cannot be. My Lord have mercy. How could we do that? Who was the one?
Look, we're not going to see him on the
My
replay
goodness.
here, but he kind of bear hugged him, tried to not let him fall, and I don't know. The ref didn't call it. The umpire did, which is interesting. So the ref is talking to the umpire now. Let's see if they pick up the flag or if they actually enforce it.
Well, is it a 5-yarder? Or is it a roughing?
I don't think there is a running into the kicker penalty anymore.
Wow. Running in. Yes.
No, it is 5 yards. Okay, I stand corrected on that.
So
Excuse
it's going to
me.
bring up a third down and around 3 yards.
Okay, so the last punt
And
in
they're
the Continental
they're
shift,
going to take
Coach.
it. They're going to take it.
Yeah, I mean they shanked it.
Yes.
I would too, but you got to think about the fundamentals, man. The mentality in this part of the game. Last punt we go off sides, cost 5 yards. This punt we run into the punter, cost 5 yards. We're really playing with fire with these penalties this late in the game.
But how can you play not smart? That's part of playing.
Yeah.
You can't play not smart. You got to be disciplined. You got to play with intelligence out there. My goodness. Shooting ourselves in the foot. And meanwhile, the clock is at 8 minutes and 35 seconds left in the ball game, trailing by 1. Now the 1 yard buffer area, we cannot.
We really got to be careful of a fake here.
Absolutely. Third down and around 2. It's a long 2. And he's giving us a rugby style punt. The snap is back. He's going to quit the rugby style and just put a boot into it. And it's going to come down end over end at the 30. And the return is up to the 35. He's going to land around the 40-yard line.
Looks like that was Gonzalez on the return this time.
It was a tremendous return because it really saved that ball from bounding all the way down inside of our 10, and now we're starting at the 40. If we can get the ball to their 40, we're in good shape.
We're going to step aside for a quick break while we can. This is Tall City Black Gold Football, brought to you by Diamondback Energy. Running onto the field quick here.
Here we go. Back to action. Goodman brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Coleman flanked to his right. Goodman takes a snap. Going to be a quarterback draw all the way. Shakes a tackle at the 40. Turns on the speed at the 50. He's going to be knocked out of bounds around the 50-yard line. A gain of 10 yards on the play for Goodman. Trey Goodman out of Atlanta, Georgia, by way of UTEP, the 6-foot, 185-pound quarterback. Wide receiver turned quarterback. Getting it done for the Black Gold. Goodman brings them to the line. 3-by-1. Coleman flanked to his right. Motion. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there. Has him. Oh, he threw a pick and the return is on and going back down the sideline. Going to be pushed out of bounds around the 30-yard line.
Just
My
overthrew
goodness.
him, Coach.
Had a man wide open.
Just sailed on him, I guess.
My Lord have mercy.
Yeah, those are the type of mistakes that really hurt. But, again, nothing is lost yet. We still got 7.5 minutes left. Our defense has been playing very well, especially in the Continental shift. We got to quit the penalties, though. We got to keep pushing them back. The run game is almost non-factor here, so we're not going to get plowed through. We just really got to make some defensive plays here and turn the ball right back over to Goodman's hands.
We need a play by Praise and by Oliver off the edge. Here we go. King brings them to the line. Sanders flanked to his left, wing to the left, 2-by-1. King takes the snap, looks to throw, looking, shoots it out here, has a man, and it's going to be completed down to the 15-yard line.
Yeah, that was a good route. I'm not quite sure what coverage we were in. We were in a very soft coverage there.
It looked like a cover 2, and he hit it right in the hole.
Yeah, that was DeJean Bell once again making a play.
And it's going to be all the way down to the 16-yard line. That's going to be a gain of 14 yards for the Syndicate.
Clock running.
Clock is inside of 7 minutes. 21-20 is the count. Syndicate with a 1-point lead. King brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. King takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out here, and it's going to be incomplete. Intended for the running back out of the backfield. That's going to be Trey Sanders, number 25.
Florida boy. All right, second down. / third down.
2nd down and 10, a big play in the ball game right here. This is huge. King brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Sanders flanked to the left. King takes a snap, looks to throw, looking, still looking. He's going to turn the corner and try to run. He's got the edge at the 50 and is going to have a 1st down and goal at the 5-yard line.
Once again, Coach, our defensive ends are there, but we're not breaking down and keeping contained on these quarterbacks.
Have to keep contained. You have to keep the edge on a fast guy like King. You have to.
And like defensively, I would almost put a spy, right? You almost don't need the running back, the linebackers for the running game anymore. Just let them spy the quarterback.
King brings him to the line. Sanders flanked to his right. Look for Sanders to get the football. King takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to Sanders around the left-hand side. They're going to bottle him up around the 3-yard line. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and goal from the 3 with 5 minutes and 50 seconds left and counting. Paramount that we make a stop right here.
Yeah, we can't give up 6. We must shut them down here and force them to earn the kick.
2nd down and goal. Remember, there's only 3 downs. King brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Sanders flanked to his left. King takes a snap. Going to have a quarterback follow around the right-hand side, and they're going to stack him up at the 2.
That was a good defensive play,
A
Coach.
tremendous play. 5:13 and counting left in the ball game. Biggest 3rd down of the night for either team right here. This is the ball game for us.
Well, it's an interesting call for the Syndicate. Your kicking game has been atrocious, especially from a field goal perspective. Do you just punt it?
No, I go for it. There's no doubt. I go for it, and if they don't get it, they are 98 yards away. Well, actually about 60 yards away from maybe a rouge to tie the game up or a Los Dos to win the game. But you got them all the way down, pinned inside of their, 3-yard line? They're going to call a timeout and talk about it, and there's no doubt. You can end the game right here pretty much.
Yeah, we'll see what they do when we come back. You're watching Tall City Black Gold Football, brought to you by Diamondback Energy.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Kicking it.
All right, Coach, we're back.
They're kicking it.
It looks like they're going to go for a punt.
They're going to punt it.
They're going to go for the Los Dos. I mean, it's an interesting call. It will give you that field goal advantage, which sort of takes away the Rouge or the Los Dos on our part. But we can't forget about the night that Eddie Godinez been having. Doesn't take much to get him in field goal range either.
Now, this is very interesting. If the game goes to overtime, is it still the Continental shift?
Great question. Again, have to consult the rule books on this. But we need a little bit more clarity on the way that these Continental shifts work. But this is a big play.
Here we go. The snap is back. He's being rushed. He punts it through, and it's good.
We almost got there.
We almost got it. Nevertheless, your new score with 4 minutes and 36 seconds left in the ball game. The Black Gold 20 and the Texas Syndicate 23.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, the Los Dos that close to the end zone. Coach, I'm with you. I would have gone for it.
Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club?
You say ranch?
I need a little ranch. Ranch gonna make me in the ranch. Ranch, I wanna let my boots down loud.
Candied bacon. A buttermilk Milk Ranch Fun with a jalapeno kick. Introducing the Jalapeno Ranch Club. It's Chick-fil-A chicken, all ranched up.
It just, yeah, I know, but I just think he looks more natural, you know?
Yep. And we're back.
And Goodman leads them onto the field. A 3-by-1 set with Trey Coleman flanked to the left. Trailing 23-20 with 4 minutes and 36 seconds left in the game. Goodman takes the snap. It's going to be a screen out here. He needs a block at the 40. He's going to put his head down and get forward for a gain of about 5 yards on first down. Going to get all the way up to the 40-yard line with 4:26 and counting. Plenty of time left in the ball game. See if Trey can lead us down.
Got to keep those sticks moving. Looks like we're moving a little faster here.
Second down. Remember the Continental shift. This is essentially third down. Goodman brings him to the line. 3-by-1 set. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Looking. He's going to have to tuck it and do something. He gets out of trouble. He's going to tuck it at the 40, making a move up to the 45 and going to tackle him finally at the 47-yard line. That's going to be enough for a first down.
Coach, that was an incredible play. Dancing around in the pocket, shades of Michael Vick there. Finding a seam, getting out, and then busting his way up, breaking a tackle into getting it into the first down.
He is really lightning quick out there. Trey Goodman. I mean, really, really fun to watch, to be honest with you. Here we go, 3-by-1 set. Goodman brings them to the line. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw. Looking, he's going to have to tuck it and run, and he will get to the 50-yard line before he's brought down. They're calling it the 48-yard line of the Syndicate. 3:16 left and counting in the ball game.
I think I like the decision-making. If it's not there, don't force it. Use your feet. He's proven that he can run away from some of these guys.
He surely has. Second down and 5 coming. 3 minutes exactly and counting left in the ball game. Going to have a stoppage of play. A pretty good football game.
Pretty good indeed. These are two very evenly matched teams in their game style, Coach. So we'll see what the conclusion comes in, but we're looking at a 3-point cushion with 3 minutes left. We're going to step aside for a quick 30-second break. All right, Coach, we're back, and this is a critical play here for the Black Gold, so they wanted to discuss it. Again, our options are very limited on the table with the kicking game now that the Syndicate put through that Los Dos and made it a 3-point game. We're sort of in the traditional, we need a field goal type of, conclusion here, but we lose that third down. So big 2nd and 5 here.
Big play right here. Goodman brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it, and it's going to be picked off and dropped.
Incomplete. A high pass again, though, Coach. And, you're really left with limited options here. I don't know if I would have gone for all that yardage. I would have tried something small, and if you don't get it, you try to go for it on third down.
I mean, that was a all-or-nothing pass, and that's, no. You got a man with Trey Goodman's feet. You got to get the first down and keep the sticks moving. You got to keep the downs on your side. 3rd down and 5 right here. This is it. 3rd down. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw. He's going to tuck it and run. He's going to pick it up. No, he shoots it. And it's going to be incomplete. He could have got the first down.
He had the lane there.
My goodness, he had the first down if he just runs it. Oh, my Lord. Young quarterbacking right there by Trey Goodman. I guarantee you he's going to go to sleep tonight and wish to have that one back.
Yeah, he did have a defender there, but he's proven that he can shake and bake those guys on one-on-one open field.
That was going to be a first down, no doubt about it. He's the faster of the athletes out there in space.
Yeah, tried to thread the needle a little too deep on consecutive plays. One was overshot, one was undershot. And here we are, 2 minutes, 49 seconds left. Syndicate have it on their own 48.
The game is not over, but remember the one timeout that we came out of the half having to use. The game is by no means over because of the Continental shift. But look for Trey Sanders to try to take the air out of the football. Here we go. King brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Sanders will probably end up with the football. Takes the snap. No, they're going to throw the football. And he throws it, and it's going to be completed. Oh, he's going to complete the ball around. It's going to be down to our 46-yard line for a gain of about 7 on first down.
Yeah, so difference between this week and a couple weeks ago, they're actually starting the play clock after the ball is set on the official's mark. So the play clock, which we had so many delay of games with last time, almost taken out of the equation here.
This is a huge play. This is it right here. We got to make a play. 2:16 and counting. Second down and 4. King brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. King takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off to Sanders. They're going to put his head down, get forward, and we're going to stop him. He's going to need a half yard to get a first down. It's going to bring up a third down and a half a yard.
This is a massive decision for the Syndicate coach because, you know, theoretically we have to line off a yard off the ball, and they need a yard to get the first down.
Absolutely.
So that you know they're going for it here.
Trey Sanders is going to get the football. Going to take the high snap, and they're going to hit him in the backfield and stop it. They're going to bring him down and turn it over on downs.
Monster stop right there.
A minute and 30 seconds left to go. Trailing by 3. My goodness, what a play. Who was that?
I mean, everybody. The whole defensive line there.
Come on.
But no, that was David Leash coming in from the linebacker spot. Obviously, the timing of the snap got thrown off by the high snap. The timing of the play got thrown off by the high snap, and David came flying up the middle after everybody was engaged from that 1 yard gap and made the play in the backfield before King could escape. Huge defensive play once again by this black gold defense, Coach.
David Leach out of Carson City, Nevada. The 6-foot, 225-pounder. Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. 3-by-1 set. Takes the snap. Looks to throw. He's going to tuck it and run. Trying to get out the back door, and he's going to be chased to the sideline. Let's see, did he get out of bounds? They're going to mark him in play with 1:22 and counting. Second down and let's call it a gain of 4. 2nd and 6 coming up.
Gotta hustle. Got to
move fast. Goodman has them on the move with 1:10 left and counting left in the ball game. Goodman takes the low snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there. There's nobody home. That's going to bring up a third down.
You know, we only really need about 10 to 15 here, right? And we're getting a little excited with these passing opportunities.
We need 7 yards right now to keep the sticks moving. This is the ball game.
This is definitely the ball game. That's it. Yeah.
7 yards. If he doesn't have anybody, get 7 yards. 59 seconds left in the ball game. This is it.
Coach, the most effective play has been with his feet.
It surely has. They're sending. Goodman takes a snap, steps up, shoots it across, and it's going to be incomplete at the 30-yard line. My goodness. He had a lane. Trey had a lane.
And that's going to turn the ball over. I mean, they can't kneel it out yet.
No, they cannot. But you're fixing to see 2 balls go into the belly of Trey Sanders to try to win the ball game. They have 2 timeouts. Remember the timeout they do not have.
Yeah, they burned that one early as the half began.
I don't believe we will see King throw the ball again in the game.
I would be shocked. I mean,
shocked.
Even if they don't hand it off and they just let him run with it.
You're trying to win a football game. I don't believe you can do it doing that. Here we go. King brings them to the line. Wing to the right. Sanders in the pistol look. King takes the snap, going to hand the ball off around the right-hand side to Sanders. He's going to be hit in the backfield. Timeout on the play, I believe. No
Clock is still
timeout.
running. And this is going to burn.
No timeout. Clock is still moving.
I don't understand this one.
No, you cannot do. You have to stop the clock. They have not stopped the clock.
They haven't even started the play clock yet, so
My
it's 20
Lord, have
seconds.
mercy. There's 10 seconds left in the game if they let this run all the way down. What are they doing?
I don't understand this play call.
Oh my Lord!
Unless the scoreboard is wrong and we don't have two left.
No, the score. No, it's not. No, we have. Here we go. Takes the ball, going to hand the ball off. Still moving. Timeout.
I still
With
don't
7
hear
seconds
a
left.
timeout.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1. The game is over.
I'm not quite sure what I missed there, Coach. That's I guess that's our final score here, 23-20. Syndicate pull it off in really a great game. I mean, the back and forth, tilt that these two teams put together, especially on the ground in the power game. It was a very evenly matched game. Not quite sure what was going on with the timeout situation at the end. But nonetheless, Tall City Black Gold 20, Syndicate 23. Post-game show coming up, presented by Diamondback Energy Group.
Trying to figure out what happened in that last sequence. Thought we had 2 timeouts left in the ball.
No one takes them bigger or swims better than your sweet toe. Let's jump and jump a green toe.
Exchanging the trophy here in Midland. The Syndicate and Black Gold have a little trophy rivalry between the two of them. This one's going back to Austin, but Austin, we end up playing the Syndicate once again later in the season. I believe it's towards the tail end, last week 6. Black Gold will be in Austin that week, and that's where we'll have an opportunity to get the revenge. So we're going to go back to our post-game sponsors, brought to you by Diamondback Energy, and we'll be back with the post-game shortly.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
All right, and we're going to actually bring it back into the booth here. Coach, very interesting way to end the game. Very, very interesting way to end this game. You know, the timeouts and the timeout situation is really what hurt. Not quite sure what was going on. I'd love to get some clarity. We had 2 timeouts. There was 40 seconds left. You know, we had to stop, and I just don't know what was going on at that point.
Yeah, I'm kind of mystified myself. I don't know. I coached a lot of football throughout these years, and Continental shift is 3 downs, and you know you got to make a decision on 2nd down, and I felt that you have 2 timeouts. You at least make a decision. You get a punt return. You never know. You get a drop punt. The punter mishandles it. Get a snap over his head, which almost happened on that Los Dos. He almost snapped it over his head. You get a punt return. Anything can happen. So I'm not understanding. We had 2 timeouts left. They had a 1st down. You make them use the 1st down, the 2nd down, and then they have to come up with a decision on 3rd down, and that's essentially a turnover on downs. If they punt it away, the clock stops. So with 2 timeouts, you still have a possession.
Yeah.
And we asked the people inside that were controlling the timeouts if we had 2 timeouts, and they said absolutely.
Yeah, they
the scoreboard was right.
They confirmed what we thought up here in the booth. And yeah, we're going to step aside for a second. And this is Tall City Black Gold Football, brought to you by Diamondback Energy.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos at Jumborito.
A tasty treat, Jumborito.
And good lean meat, Jumborito. Morning, noon, or night, any time is right for a Mexican treat, Jumborito.
And we're back here in the booth. We're getting a little clarity on the timeout situation, just to help explain it a little further. Coach, were you able to figure something out?
Yes, but yes. So we spoke to Coach. We went over there and asked him if we had 2 timeouts left, and he said no. He said that in the Canadian football rules, you only get 1 timeout per quarter. So I'm thinking we had 1 timeout at least, but because I didn't see us call a timeout in the 4th quarter, but we didn't have 2 timeouts because he said it's CFL rules. He said the scoreboard is throwing everybody off because we have 3 timeouts out there, and that's not the rules. But I don't understand how that's the rules if we're only playing Continental shift in the fourth quarter.
Well, so let me make sure I understand what your explanation is clear. So bottom line is, it doesn't matter how many timeouts you spend in the third quarter, you're always going to get that one in the fourth due to the Continental shift?
He said in the second half, there's only one timeout per quarter.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there's not 3 timeouts. There's only one timeout in the fourth quarter. And, you know, if that's, well, it is the case. He knows the rules. You know, he's the coach. That's what happened.
Okay. Well, I stand corrected on, you know, the confusion and the analysis of it. You know, we're trying to figure out if there's going to be a post-game press conference.
The players are here. We got number 1, Kobe Calvin, the big-time playmaker. What's going on?
Gentlemen.
2. Kobe Calvin, and number 4, Trey Goodman, the quarterback that came in and spelled Barrett the second half, had a tremendous football game. Number 1, Kobe Calvin. He's with us right now. Kobe, huge game for you. You started us off with the lateral you picked up.
Yes, sir.
You turned it into the end zone. Our defense has scored, I want to say, 3 or 4 touchdowns already this season.
Yes, sir.
You've been a part of that. Tell us about that play.
Man, I just already immediately, once I seen 2 come up to me and the wheel go out, I already knew the trigger right away. I knew his 17 couldn't, you know, hold me as far as blocking. And, you know, lo and behold, when he didn't pick the ball up, I capitalized on the opportunity. There was no whistles, so you already know how to take it to the end zone.
So watching the little film
yes, sir.
What triggered you
Absolutely.
On that.
Oh,
formation,
man.
You remembered it?
Yes, sir. All week we were actually talking about like formations, when they're gonna run. During the game, I was calling out every time. Every time that tight end was inside the tackle, it was always split zone or counter, and we knew it was coming. Unfortunately, sometimes, you know, it bounced. The running back on the team, both the running backs, I'll give credit to them. They're great ball players. They got through, but once we started picking up the second half, as you can see, we started making plays as far as on that and just stopping them. But it still hurts, you know what I'm saying, seeing that, knowing that we knew what they were going to come with, and at times them still bouncing it. But that's a game of football. When you play professional football, at the end of the day, you can know what they're going to do, but they got ball players too, just like we got ball players.
Yeah, Kobe, quick question regarding Tyrell and the injury in the first quarter.
Yeah.
He went down. It looked really bad from up here. I mean, he took that running back on head on. He's clearly a leader defensively.
Correct.
You know, he runs that entire backfield. He sees the play develop from the back. He had the pick 6 in the preseason game. He had a lot of big plays. Again, a very dominant force defensively. How did you guys sort of deal with that injury that early in the game, regroup, and really, you know, for the most part, try to do what you could do to shut the defenders down or the offense down from that point forward?
Man, next man up. That's how it's always been with football. Like, even if I went down, next man up. You know what I'm saying? We already know when it comes to this game, it's not like basketball. There's sports like where, you know, there's less contact. Like, you know, like at any point, it could be your last play. So we already knew when he went down. You know, prayers up to him. He's like you were saying, great leader. He had 2 picks for us 2 weeks ago. One was a pick 6. He knows what he's doing. He's always in position. But unfortunately, when football, like we said, when he went down, we just had another guy come in, Dami. He knows what he's doing right back there, and everyone knows that when anybody goes down, like, you got to step up and be ready to go. At any point in time, your name could be called.
Yeah, we were basically analyzing up here. It was 2 very evenly matched teams. Power running football, opening up the sort of play action. You know, we'll get to Trey in a couple minutes here. I mean, you really opened up the same type of quarterback play that the Syndicate were showing. You know, how were you guys able to sort of, you know, the second quarter, you guys were on the field a long time.
Correct.
Right? So, you know, conditioning comes into play. You know, it's a little warm, and, you know, obviously we had a bye week last week. We didn't really get those reps in that we were looking to get. You know, how did you guys sort of maintain control, keep it a tight game, actually getting the lead heading into half on an unbelievable play?
Yes, sir.
But defensively, what did you guys talk about in the locker room that really made you come out and, you know, sort of shut down their running game heading into the second half?
Essentially what we talked about the week before. And when we analyzed as far as formations, we knew what they were doing. Once we knew for a fact, like, okay, we know, like, what we've seen on film, we've seen it in the first half. Now when we see it coming, we need to, like, immediately trigger. So basically go be ball play. Like, don't be hesitant. Don't, you know what I'm saying, wait on, like, is it going to be a run or is it not? Like, no, once we seen the tight end was tight, or let's say we're in trips deck And depending on the running back's alignment, hey, it's going to be run every time. So trigger. And once we started doing that, and as y'all seen, one of the great stops actually on our 3rd and 1 with the CFL rules, we came down, everyone triggered, and we stopped them. Unfortunately, we just needed more plays like that, but that was the big thing for us. Like, hey, we're doing our job. Yes, right now we're not moving the ball as much as we would like to on offense, but that's no excuse for us and I continue to go out there and play defense. That's literally our priority. Play defense and don't let them score. It don't matter if we in the end zone 10 yards in, the mentality has been, but don't break.
How difficult was it facing a player like Hunt the first half and then having to go back to facing a guy like King? 2 different styles, both dual threat guys, but one bigger than the other. How much of a challenge was that for the team to be able to stop both of the guys? Y'all kind of had to warm up to them.
For sure. I think for us, really, and this is nothing on the front end. Of course, again, we're not college football. We're not over here 50 plus where we have at least 3 guys we can rotate. And so we already knew, hey, as much as we can do on our back end, we need the front end too. And at times with his, like you were saying, dual threat, like we would have things as far as the back end covered, but then he would get outside, and that's what killed us. And I think that's really what was the game changer when it came to playing them, was just like y'all was saying, Trey right here. As soon as he started moving around and getting mobility and moving the ball for us, that's when we started getting life. And that was the same thing for them. Times that we were getting back there, but there were too many times he'd break loose. And as DBs, we can't come down, because if we come down, he still has the ability to throw the ball. And so just knowing that we're doing our job, and then he's getting 5 to 10 yards at each play is kind of what the killer was for us. But we started picking up a little more. 12 came in, kind of same style, and he made some good plays too. Eventually, at some point, though, that's something we had to do as far as rallying, coming back, watching film. Okay, what can we do to be better containment? What can we do as far as a front end or even linebackers or even DBs, right? Just to see, okay, what can we do to prove upon as far as containment and stop and dual threats quarterbacks like that? Because at the end of the day, we got to get off the field. Don't matter if he's a Lamar Jackson, like same thing. He's an elite ball player, but other teams know we got to get him off the field. Okay, what can we do to, neutralize him? And that's what we should have done as far as in the second half. And at times we did, but like I said, we're going to hit the tape tomorrow. We're going to watch film. We're going to learn from it. We're going to get better from it.
Kobe, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Trey, thanks for joining us, man. You made an immediate impact at call it a newer position. We didn't really see you play under center in the first preseason game. So immediate impact coming in. Not quite sure what that decision was, whether it was a coach's decision or whether there was an injury with Barrett, but you definitely changed the dynamic and the momentum. Was that sort of the game plan coming out of the locker room heading into the second half?
Going into the second half, man, the game plan was to get some momentum and win and take some of the relief of our defense. Kudos to our defense. They played an absolute heck of a game. Gave us a chance to even be in a position to potentially win that game. It was something that Coach Blackshear and I talked about briefly, and I told him from the very moment that I tried it, I said, Coach, I'm a football player and I like to win. And he asked me, what position do I want to be at? And I said verbatim, I said, Coach, I want to help this team win however I can. And he took that. He ran with it, and my job is just to now be obedient and trust my leadership and trust that he's making the correct decision to put me in that position, and then play with confidence.
Well, the second half, rolled through quite interestingly. The first half ends on a bizarre play, right? And it gives you guys this life heading in after throwing a couple picks, getting pinned down deep in the end zone, really giving the defense no chance to not let up points in that scenario. You go into the locker room with the lead, you establish a little bit of the running game, and then you bring a dynamic element of a mobile quarterback that not only can break the tackles, but can dance in the pocket very effectively and find that seam. Walk us through the fourth quarter as things are unfolding, and it looked like you were really trying to force some of those passes in down the field. Did you see a lane, and did you feel like you could get more from the passes? Like, talk us through that, because the quarterback draws from what we saw up here were working very well for you. Yeah, so in reality, man, I just got to trust my receivers more. I got to be, have enough humility and have enough transparency to say, I'm a little bit of a hypocrite, because when I was at receiver, I'm like, all right, trust me to be here. And then I go to a quarterback, and I'm like,
All right, I got to trust this receiver. It's vice versa, the same thing. And the answer to your question is yes, right? The powers or whatever the runs were, the quarterback runs, they were hitting. But the truth is that there were a few times that I should have trusted my receivers more. And, God doesn't give me a spirit of fear. And there were a few times that I was in the pocket a little hesitant. And at the end of the day, I got to just play my game and surrender the outcome to him and trust my receivers. I got an absolute litany of playmakers around me. And there's really no excuse for me not to get the ball in their hands and let them go play football.
How long has it been since you've played quarterback?
2 years.
About
2 years. Maybe no. Well, yeah, 2 years because I started out as quarterback in high school. The only reason I didn't get recruited at quarterback because I was 5'4" going into 11th grade. So I was really short, and my dad and I had a conversation. We were like, we got to make a decision, dog. And so I switched positions, was able to develop and really dive into it. But my college coach that recruited me out of high school, obviously he watched my film, and he's a college coach. At the end of the day, he's got to watch film, and he saw my senior highlights, but he also saw my freshman, sophomore, and junior highs. He's like, well, you can throw the ball, you know how to read defenses, you can move in the pocket. And so when, worst case scenario, things came down to it, we actually had a few guys get suspended, and then it was the COVID year as well. So I played quarterback there my freshman year. I was too deep, actually. It was a very similar scenarios to this. And then it circled back around that same way my senior year at UTEP. We had a couple true freshman quarterbacks, and my coach was like, I know you know the offense like the back of your hand. I've been with him for 4 years. So in game, the answer to your question is probably about 6 years. But when it comes to in practice, and there's nothing that you can do to simulate real game speed other than playing the game. But in scenarios where I've been dropping back, giving protections, reading defenses, and throwing the ball, it hasn't been too long.
How fun was it tonight playing that quarterback position?
And I love all the other sports, but I will forever say that quarterback is the hardest position in all of sports. And I realized that. And I didn't forget it, but tonight was a reminder because every loss is on me and every win is on everybody else. And even just being able to sit here and have this conversation with you, it takes mental fortitude that not a lot of people have. And that's not tooting my horn. Obviously, I've been here before, but, it's tough. There are a lot of plays I'm out there reliving, like the pick where I feel like if I would have went and tackled him high instead of low, or at least went at his hip instead of diving at his feet, he wouldn't have got those 30-plus yards on the return so that they would have been able to kick the deuce through the uprights. I think about the last play on throwing the ball to 12, Eli Roundtree. I feel like I tried to lead him too much. I got to know my receivers more. I got to hit him right in that window. And there's just, it's they say the game of football is 95% mental, 5% physical. I would even challenge that and say the position of quarterback is 98% mental and 2% physical. And so just being able to come up here, I wouldn't say it wasn't fun. It was challenging and demanding, but if it doesn't challenge you, then it doesn't change you. And so,
well, it was fun watching you.
I appreciate it.
You brought in a spark that we hadn't seen in the first two games.
I appreciate it.
And I'm looking at you, and I know that we have a quarterback now.
Thank you, sir.
You got a dual threat kid that can throw the ball with velocity really well, but you can run the ball, and that's the added dimension that the other team had that we didn't have. And now when we put you in, we put the same amount of pressure on their defense as they were putting on ours.
Right.
You can tell it right off the bat. So you did a tremendous job. We want to give you, a congrats. We felt we should have won the game.
Right.
We had opportunities.
Yes, sir.
But if we have opportunities, that's all you can ask for as a competitor.
No doubt.
To be competitive and have a shot to win. You gave us a shot. Y'all guys gave us a shot. We appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir.
Gave us a great show. It was a great time watching a grand quarterback like you. Kind of reminds us of a right-handed Michael Vick. We love watching that. That is true. That's what these guys come to see. The Payne fans come to see players like you, and you too, sir. So big ups to y'all. Congrats to y'all. Love
Thank you,
y'all
sir.
guys.
Thank you. Love you guys too. We appreciate it.
Best of luck next week.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Run next time, though. Get us that first down.
Yeah, man.
All right, Coach. Tough one here. It was a very entertaining game, very close. I'm going to pose the same question to you regarding the end of the first half, which was I mean, it was a bout for bout,
Mm-hmm.
punch for punch, towards the tail end there. What can you kind of walk us through the mentality of the team heading into the locker room? Obviously giving up some of those interceptions, some of those deeper plays, but then coming back on an incredible play
Mm-hmm.
by both Zatarius Anderson and Caleb. Caleb made a great play
Yeah.
too. He just lost the ball at the end, and right place, right time. We saw the wheels of Anderson pick it up and
Yeah.
run in. What was the mentality of the team at halftime? And obviously you made that change at quarterback.
Well, this week we talked about my messaging in particular was about facing adversity. We didn't play the first game, real game. The team we played before was a great battle. We had some struggles with them offensively, and I reminded our defense as well as the offense that we're going to have to overcome some things. Now we're playing true for professional athletes as well. And so, at halftime, the message didn't really change. And I talked to the offense again. When we turn the ball over, we're going to lose. Period. We're not a type of offense that's going to be all over the ball, all over the field throwing the ball yet. We're working on it. We're behind the defense severely now because the defense has shown back-to-back weeks that they're elite. And so, we just had to find a way. I'm waiting on one more offensive lineman. And then if I get that guy, I think we're going to be a whole lot better on offense. Our running back still hurt. So, again, we had 2 linebackers playing running back. No excuses. They're football players, like Kobe said, next man up. But, yeah, we just felt like we had an opportunity to win. We want to get this game because each one is really important because there's only so many. We got to make sure we get into the playoffs and peak at the right time.
Let's peel apart the defense. I mean, second play of the game, defense puts up points for the team again. Right, This is the second game in a row
absolutely.
that the first defensive possession ends up in points on our scoreboard. What does that mean as far as like your offense coming on the field, knowing that they have the ability to sort of rely on the fact that they're going to run their offense their way, the timing is going to appear when it needs to appear, but they're also relying on such a powerhouse of a defense and the defensive ends. I mean, Oliver and Praise had the greatest first half. It's hard to contain a mobile quarterback.
And they did a really good job.
They did a really good job escaping those tackles. But, man, they are flying off those edges, and they are definitely beating up those tackles, causing penalties, causing holdings. Sometimes they were rolling right into the lap. Long-winded answer or long-winded question. What does the defensive, momentum swing so early in the game do for your offensive game plan?
It gives us opportunity to be consistent, not turn the ball over. Throw the ball where we're told to throw the ball. All those things happen the last 2 games, and when they don't do it, they're taught. The things we talk about in practice, the results always show. We've been the seam route for the touchdown. I've been screaming about that for 2 weeks. They're looking at, I'm not sure what. I'm like, when that linebacker passes them off, there's a void. Throw it. And if it's incomplete, it's incomplete. But they wait till he clears a second line. That safety's he's so deep. Just throw it. Right? And that's how simple it should be. But that's the reason why we are a developmental league.
Yeah.
Even with Chris being a pretty good quarterback. He had a really decent 2 weeks of practice. But I told him when the bullets start flying, again, the same thing. We find out who you really are. And he didn't do a bad job. I mean, when you look at it, we had a few moments and then we would have a setback. Somebody didn't block. So, again, the O-line is a part of it, but it's not the whole thing. And so I talked to Trey the first week. And I said, be ready to play quarterback. And so he got reps every week. So it wasn't just let's figure something out. We actually was planning to have him play this game anyway. It's just right before halftime, I said, we're going to go ahead and start him off because just like myself and Coach Stinson talks about, a mobile quarterback is the hardest thing to defend. And when you got a guy, when we have an offense that we have backs that can run downhill, and we have tight ends that will actually block most of the time, that gives us an extra advantage with a quarterback that can also run. And y'all saw it in the second half. And he, like you said, I mean, I think y'all probably saw that one in the fourth quarter when he was on like the 40, give or take, and he could have took off and he didn't. Then he decided to. I saw that. I was always standing behind so I can see and I saw that hole open up, and I was a high school quarterback too, by the way, and I played some arena football quarterback. And I'm like, oh, I'm gone. In my brain, and then he didn't go. Oh,
we saw it too.
Right. So you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If he shot out that left side straight up, He looked to the throw again.
Just got to keep the sticks moving.
Yeah, that was the second down,
and
too.
that's exactly what we talked about.
No, it was third down.
Oh,
it was
third
third.
down,
It was
excuse me,
third.
yeah.
And you got to keep the sticks moving in that situation because it's so crucial to keep the ball.
Mm-hmm.
You know, go put that in.
Put it in zone. And we talk about, like I said again, it's tough because these they're kids. They don't know CFL rules. I can talk about it. We can practice it. Just like when we jumped off sides, you know.
Yeah,
the
so
timeouts.
Yeah, let's talk about that because we were a little thrown off by that up here as well. That wasn't explained to us actually as part of the rule set. So can you sort of break down that? I mean, we were sort of under the impression that you guys had 2 timeouts in that last sequence. And, you know, I'll let you sort of explain the process.
The way the Continental rules are, first half, we have 2 timeouts. Just 2. They always put 3 up. It confuses everybody. Then the second half, we have 1 each quarter, and that's it. So the way that's designed is it's weird to us. I'm kind of used to it a little bit just because I watch CFL football. But the fact that if they put the right ones up, it makes more sense to you guys.
For sure.
Right?
But forgive me, I mean, I thought the Continental shift was strictly fourth quarter.
It is, but the way the Continental Football League decided to do their rules.
Okay. So they're only giving you 2 timeouts per half to work with?
Pretty much. You can hold your first half ones, but the second half use 1. Don't waste it, and then Yeah, I didn't like it when we talked about it, but we only talked about it like 1 time, and we're gonna circle back and talk.
That's on us for not knowing the rules. We apologize.
Well, it's on me too. I mean, because again, even the first game when I had Coach Bounds here, and right for halftime, I knew I knew the rules, but he kept on saying, "Let's use the timeout. We can kick a field goal." I said, "No, we can't." He said, "You got 1 left," and I looked up. I'm like, "Damn, I do have 1 left." So I asked the ref, and he said, "No, you know it's 2." I said, "He's right." So I knew, but I forgot because I got caught up looking at the clock instead of knowing the rules. So yeah, it's a little different, but it works for the league.
Let me ask you this: being a running first team, we want to get downhill with Trey and with the Coleman kid, establish the run, be physical, and doing that most of the first half, and trying pretty much in the third quarter too. How hard is it to play the Continental shift, which is primarily making you throw the football?
I'm an arena football veteran.
There you go.
Right? And when we first started off, you noticed somebody was open every play. The problem for me right now is my receivers' football IQ aren't very great. I drew it up, even on the sideline, drew it again. I said, the thing that's going to happen is now they're going to take this away and you run this. So the first post route he threw, when we run the curl the first time, safety's over there. We call a post, bang 8, get to the goal post. And Satarius runs it shallow. Ball's over his head. That should have been a touchdown. The last one, we switched it and we told Jolivet just to run the seam route instead of running the hook because they've been covering the hook. And he just missed it, right? I mean, he was wide open. I mean, I know y'all saw it. Yeah. I was about to do this myself, this with the touchdown. So right here. Yeah, right here. Yeah. And so, and then in the corner route, that's the choice. It's everybody has a choice route. And basically there's 2 reads for the quarterback. You read front side. If that corner sits, we throw the corner to the inside guy. If he bails, we throw the curl. But if that guy shoots out there, you run a dig. The tight end runs, and I can tell the defense, it doesn't matter if San Antonio's listening because they can't cover. If we do what we're supposed to, they can't cover it. The middle guy doesn't go upfield. He goes straight to that linebacker. And if he's sitting, you keep going up the middle of the field.
It's choice.
Backside has a curl or a post. So no matter what they do, they're wrong. The problem is
IQ.
Football IQ. They're not used to adjust and adapting. Like I told them, you all should all be able to play the same position. I broke it down to them 3 times last week. We ran it. I made everybody rotate through. But again, when the lights on, you got a few fans cheering, it changes.
How much, we talked about this pregame, how much of an advantage? So I was saying that it was an advantage for Austin to have played a game last week.
Oh, it was.
And us, you could look at it as we're sitting, we're fresh, but no. You got to get the reps in.
You got to get the reps.
And it all comes down to the more you play, the better you're going to be out there. Right?
100% correct.
Was that big? Do you think that's kind of big?
It is
because
again, you got to think about it. We are a new league. Nobody really knows each other. Austin's had a team before, So they have a few guys that they brought from the past. But when we are only getting to practice basically 2 weeks, have a preseason game against a team of 19, being honest, we should have beat better, but our offense didn't. Again, we didn't show up. When all week I'm telling my quarterbacks to throw the ball so I can evaluate the receivers. If you hold the ball, bad things happen. I told both of the quarterbacks the first game, if you have unplanned runs, that's when quarterbacks get hurt. And it was unplanned runs. We had planned runs, right? And it was successful. So, offense is always going to be behind. And, unfortunately, the offensive linemen that I thought were coming, that were playing arena football, they made the playoffs. So now their season got pushed back. So instead of them getting here last week, which would have been our first game in Fort Worth, one got here today, James Taylor. I'm expecting Apollo Taylor next week because we actually play in San Antonio, and that's where he's working. So that's, yeah. But yeah, so I say it's no excuses, but I know the reason. And again, to me, as long as we develop and get to where we need to be as the season progresses, we'll be, yeah. Because, the MRD, remember the kids football, I was watching that and I forgot the school now, but one of the teams was winning all the games, undefeated, and the other team just kept getting better. I'm watching the games, my brain's working. Wow, this is amazing. The next game, they barely won, but they got better. And the other team came in, and I said to John and Antoine, I said, I'll tell you what's going to happen, because I didn't see all the first parts of the game. I said, this team that's never been scored on, I said, they get scored on first, they're going to panic. And it's kids, but still the same. In short, and that's why I told my team, be prepared for some adversity. And we were fortunate to score first. But I'm telling you, that team got scored on first, and they was looking around at each other. And then they scored, and they felt confident, and they scored again. They're like, hold on, they ain't supposed to score again. And then they did score, and then they scored again. Now, everybody pointing, coaches looking at kids, looking, parents talking crazy. That's what football's about. You have to be able to understand there's ebbs and flows. Yeah, and as coaches, that's our job. Just like oh my goodness, I like basketball. Yeah, it's crazy. But so how their team, just like they showed on film last week, they got out of character. One thing my team has to be is discipline. I would not tolerate it. They know that, and and we didn't do much, but they were still. We were hanging around. I said we don't talk. I said we don't entertain that. We walk back to our side, go to the huddle, or go to the side.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got a road game, your first road game coming up. And it's again against a team that beat this team handily last
absolutely.
week. So it's a big, tall order. Obviously, changes made, things are coming together. Are you gonna focus more on working those timing routes with the receivers and quarterbacks?
Yeah, and the thing is, and I hate to say it, but we've done it. But you got to put it together. It's easy to do it routes on air. It's somewhat easier to do it on 7-on-7. But then, when we go team and we miss throws, same seam route we've been talking about for 3 weeks now. It's like at some point you just got to throw it and trust what we're telling you to do.
Yeah.
And then every time we do, it's successful. So, and it forces the defense to do what we want them to do. But if you don't throw it or you don't, block, inside zone, it's problems for the offense because now you're in third and second and long, and we're a running team by trade, and the receivers aren't very confident because they haven't caught a lot of passes. It's not because of the game. I'm talking about in practice. We complete again 1-on-1, yeah, but when it counts 7-on-7 and team, we don't complete a bunch of passes, and it shows in the game. That's the reality, and I take ownership of that. But again, we can't throw it for them.
We've seen the results when they do get the ball in their hands, though. They are very electric.
Very electric.
So I noticed when y'all went to Trey, he has a pretty good rapport with Satarius.
Amazing. Yeah.
With Satarius, and I noticed that he was looking for him a whole lot. Satarius he's different. When he catches the ball, it's a different speed.
Yep.
It's just a different animal when he catches the ball. What do you see with Trey that you don't see with the other guys that came in and played?
He took the coaching very well at the very beginning. I explained to them first of all, y'all are playing my position, and y'all getting coached by my coach. So everything he's telling you, just do it to the best of your ability. He helped me become a better receiver, and I said you have to be confident. I said whether the quarterback gets you the ball or not, if you run the right route, eventually we'll get them there, right? And that's how simple, to me, playing football is.
Right.
And he applied everything that we taught, and that's why he has that confidence. I mean, you can see it. I mean, when we do one-on-ones, he creates separation like it's silly, and he's not even close to the fastest one receiver. Oh, he's slow, not like that. But when you look at them just running, he's not very fast, but he understands attacking leverage, which I teach very well. I talk about all the time, I should say, and just giving a double move at the top of the route. That's all it takes. It's Jerry. I mean, the greatest of all time.
That stop and go y'all had down here where he drew that penalty,
Mhm.
which was a holding penalty, and it ended up being the difference, really,
Mhm.
because I was watching it the whole time. He stopped, and he turned to go, and the kid grabbed
Yep,
him.
yep.
And that was a touchdown.
Yeah.
Had they not, we ended up kicking a field
Field
goal.
goal, yep.
And, little things like that. But I saw the stop and go. And that right there showed me like, wow, they got some tricks.
Yeah,
up their
I'm telling you,
sleeves.
it's we talk about things, and I explain to the quarterback like the hitch routes. We got to throw those 1st.
Mhm.
I mean, in the passing offense we run, we can't just take shots downfield because again, the way where our offense is set up, if you don't get any kind of positive yards, then you're going to be behind the sticks. And we got a great punter, by the way, but
Right.
we're giving the ball back to the offense.
What is it to have the punter and the kicker that we have? How does that factor into your decisions as the head coach?
Oh, it's because again, it gives me a like I said, a mullet, so to speak, a mulligan. Excuse me. I mean, Coach Ford and Coach Stinson play golf every day. I just listen, but it gives me a mulligan because I know if we would have got the ball, and I kept trying to explain to him, we ain't got to get it all, just get to the 40.
Didn't I say that?
I said maybe the 42. That's what I was telling him, and then we'll kick the field goal and we'll go to overtime.
Right.
But we didn't, and and again, I told you at the route, it really upset me because I kept telling the guy that was the stationary guy to the double motion side, the linebacker's here, and they kept running around him. Just run to the middle of the field, and nobody's covering you. And the one time that, again, Joe Levette did it, he just missed the throw.
Right.
Didn't have the time. And so I'm like, yeah, it's just frustrating, to say the least, as a coach. But that's my job, is to coach him up. So,
we watched the game last night with Wemby making the mistakes that he did because he's a young player,
Mhm.
right? He caught the rebound and he outlet hit Castle in the back and turned the ball over late in the
Mhm.
game.
Yep.
Right when the game mattered.
Yes.
Tonight we watched Trey on a 3rd down and I want to say 5, in the Continental shift,
Mhm.
wide open green space, and instead he sat down and he delivered that ball on the post, a deep post.
Mhm.
I don't think Wemby is ever going to do that again. I really
Yep.
don't.
I agree.
But I don't think Trey will ever do that again.
I agree.
I think what Trey will do is take the yards, keep the sticks moving, and keep us on the field.
Because our American football brain tells us we got 2 more downs.
Yeah.
Yep.
But not just that. Sometimes we want to say, look, I want to show people I can throw the ball,
Mhm.
right? Sometimes that's not the time
No,
for that.
you're in the game for a reason.
Right. You use what's at your disposal for
Mhm.
and what you're best at doing right
Yep,
now.
right now, yep.
And then develop as it goes on. But make sure you keep us on the field so we can stay efficient, we can stay on time, and we can ultimately win the game.
Yep. And that's why I told Coach Stinson and Coach Ford, I said, I apologize, guys, but I'm going to have to bring out Trey early because we had been talking about the zone reads and all the stuff that we may potentially use with him. And I'm like, we got to win this game. And that one throw, because Coach Ford, you said, you going to still make the move? I said, that was one throw. Right. And no disrespect to Chris, that was one throw that he made that I really loved. But the rest of the times we would tell him certain things, and he just didn't quite see it. So, yeah.
So we're up here, Coach, and we're calling the game. And, Chris has a couple of INTs. He has a couple of picks in a row.
Yep.
And I said, we were down now. We were up by 7. We're looking at a deficit going into half. Are the coaches going to have the cojones?
Oh, I got them.
To trust Chris to throw the ball some more.
Oh,
and y'all,
yeah.
y'all did.
Yeah.
And that seam got completed. You know, it was a wacky play. Zatarius ended up scoring. But Jolivet caught the ball and got us down there. And then, you know, I don't know what happened. I still got to look at it. But y'all trusted Chris to throw that football. And it was a great pass.
Yeah.
Because to me, and I was telling Mike here, I said, you know, that shows the moxie of the kid. It really did.
Oh, yeah.
I have a lot of respect for that kid just seeing that sequence because he failed twice. Anybody else would have went in the corner, started crying.
But I caught him early because Coach Ford told him, because he was saying, well, he was trying to not make an excuse, but he was thinking of something to say. And Coach Ford said, you know, because he talked to everybody, and Coach Ford don't get upset. He said, if you want to be a professional quarterback, you got to make that throw. And so his eyes got pretty big, and I said, hey, come here, man. I said, listen, he only asked me to do this because he believes in me. I said, who's the hardest person you at practice every week? It's me, because I expect you. I don't interfere with my coordinators, but I sit back and I watch things. And if I see something, like I know what offense looks like, I know what defense. So if I see an open guy and the ball's not thrown, I look at the quarterback like he's wrong. And I say, you got to throw the ball now. That's all. But on the flip side of it, during the game, I'm his biggest fan. I said, look, you have to believe that you can make those throws. I said, how many times have we talked about that seam route? I said, how many times at practice I get in your ass about, excuse my language, I don't know if I can cuss, right? He said, you're right. I said, just make the throw. Next drive, he makes the throw, we score. I said, imagine that. I said, now, you know, I've already told you we're going to put Trey in, so don't expect it to change because you made one throw. Because I told my guys I'm transparent and I'm honest. I'm never going to lie to him. And I kept my word. He's okay. He'll be fine. He'll still play, and we'll figure out the rotation and based on what our offensive line looks like. And, you know, they'll kind of split the reps a little bit more equally, and we'll go from there.
With the offensive line being, you know, kind of like a makeshift offensive line right now, is it easier for your decision to go with somebody like Trey?
Yeah, but truthfully, it doesn't matter because Trey does throw the ball.
Right.
He doesn't really hold it, but he can ad-lib. Yeah. Right. But you notice he still was trying to read the defense and get it out on timing. And that's, to me, that's the key. You know, Coach Ford talks about it all the time. Coach went to Cowboys. Troy Aikman, he got that back foot, the ball's out. We all know that, and that's why they were so successful. Back foot hits, ball got to go.
Coach, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck
Yes,
in San
sir.
Antonio.
Appreciate you guys. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I got some friends down there. Old Marcus Coleman and Jerry Jones and Elvis. Oh, Jerry Glanville, excuse me. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I think we have some of the Syndicate players waiting to come in.
Oh, we got them too.
They said they're going to come up, but I don't know.
I think they're outside there.
Oh, shoot.
Gentlemen, appreciate
What's going on, guys?
Thank you. Mike.
Robert.
What?
on, Robert. You too.
All right. Sorry. Trevante, your number was number 1. All right, Trevante, congratulations on the win. From what we saw up here, it was a very even tilt, very two evenly matched teams, power football all over the field, hard hits, hard running game. Talk to us a little bit from your perspective. You know, how did the game play out according to your game plan and what you saw on the field?
I feel like it played out good. We just had to bounce back from our loss from week 1 against the Toros, and we just came out here just to ball, just stick together and just play hard.
So first or second play of the game, lateral pass that got scooped up for a quick score. How did you guys go back, regroup, and say, that's it, we're shutting things down defensively?
Ain't no but quarter 1. You feel me? It's just quarter 1. Still got a lot of quarters left to play ball. Feel me? So we just talk on the sideline. They did what they had to do.
Perfect. I see you're from Miami?
Yes, sir.
I flew in from Miami for this game.
That's real.
So what, Trevante, what program did you come out of in Miami? High school?
South Dade Senior High School.
South Dade. What youth football program did you come out of?
Goose Rams.
Goose Rams.
Yeah.
Okay. Miami Gardens Ravens. We know them pretty well out here.
Yeah.
So that's in y'all's area too.
Miami Gardens probably like 35 to 40 minutes away from Goose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of talent out there.
Of course.
What is the football in Texas compared to the football where you're from?
Texas is just them boys bigger and like they more stronger, but we just speed.
A lot of skill.
A lot of skill. We play everything down there.
Nice.
Well,
Nice.
we could play anything, literally.
Really?
Yeah.
Like basketball, football. You just ball.
Anything.
There you go.
If they had to listen, you put me on the swim team, I'll probably be best at that too.
we saw a lot of talent out here. Was really impressed with both of y'all's quarterbacks. One of them going down, but got y'all off on the front foot.
Mhm.
The second guy that comes in gets the team going.
Mhm.
What was it like seeing that happen? Your I guess Hunt is y'all's leader, right? QB1, and then King come in and just keep rolling.
Them boys, they both good quarterbacks. You feel me? So like, it's next man up. One go down, next man got to step up. Got to be the leader.
So you're a cornerback out here on the Syndicate's team. What was it like covering some of these guys tonight?
You know, as a corner, like, it was comp. You feel me? Like, I ain't gonna say them boys ain't good, but they give us a run for our money.
It was fun.
It was fun out there. I ain't gonna lie.
Great competition. Loved seeing y'all out here. Welcome to West Texas. Hopefully y'all come back.
Yes, sir.
Because it was a great football game, and all of the people here in West Texas love to watch it. Thank you.
One more question. I'm sorry. I got to ask you about that play that happened right before the end of the first half. Wild play. Reception happens. I don't know. Forgive me. I wasn't aware. Like, were you involved with the strip of that cat and then the catch that ended up at 6? I mean, wild play from what we saw.
Yeah, that was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. No, I was not part of the strip. I was running towards there because as the receiver caught the ball, you know, we missed a couple tackles and he was running. So we all tried to gather up. But that strip, man, it just caught me off guard. And I ain't see number 11. Like, the ball just bounced into his hands.
Right place, right time.
Yeah, so, yeah, he got that, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, you guys were basically sidelined defensively the entire second quarter.
Yeah.
You know, made plays, great plays. The tip balls were huge by your defensive front. You post those points, and then that happens. We saw Hunt go into the locker room early before halftime. What did you guys need to do to sort of regroup after that crazy play that, you know, you guys were sort of hitting reset to start the third quarter? They're down a point.
Just calm down and talk. That's all. We went in there and spoke to each other. Our coach spoke to us. And everybody just had to lock in, like, to come back out in the second half and do your job.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Coach, the first dub of the season, man. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it was a tough game last week, and you guys came in with a purpose this week. There was no doubt about that. I mean, we saw improvements of your O-line. Your O-line was able to protect the quarterbacks. We had, from what we saw, a pretty significant rush off the edges, and your quarterbacks were very elusive and able to escape the pocket. And when they did, they used their feet and their vision down the field to help make plays. We were sort of talking pregame. One of the disadvantages that Tall City had was the fact that they didn't get to play last week. How much of the repetitions that you guys got against the Toros led to the game plan really formulating and coming together this week?
I think it paid dividends to us. It was a positive. I think I said in my press conference last week that, you know, bye weeks are great and all that good stuff, but we focus more on opportunities, and those reps last week showed what we were good at, showed some things that we can improve on, things of that nature, and then it also revealed, in a sense, a little bit more to be who we are, right? We're still sloppy, and we still need to fix things, but it's a part of the journey, so shout out to those guys and the coaches and the players for adjusting on that side of the ball.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw a couple drives. I mean, you guys had the ball pretty much the entire second quarter, and a few of those drives that you were really pressing got knocked back a few on penalties. How much is discipline and basic fundamentals a part of the game plan, I guess, next week? Forgive me, do you guys have a bye week or are you playing the herd?
No, sir. We have the bye week
Bye
next
week
week.
next
Yes,
week.
sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so you
sir.
get to regroup. Hopefully, Hunt can
Yep.
heal up a little bit and clear some of those bruises up. But how much is it really getting back to the basics, the fundamentals, the discipline? We can't shoot ourselves in the foot
Right.
because we're making tremendous progress offensively, marching the ball, keeping their offense off the field, tiring out their defense. Let's just keep the foot on the gas and stop the mistakes.
It's going to be real important. It's priority. It was priority going into this week, and we did some things well, but we do need to be better at things. It's definitely going to be a priority going into this week, doing the small things well. Everything matters, so even the tiny things. So that's going to be the message going into this week.
Did y'all have a game plan? Because I know we just got done talking with Coach Blackshear. So their plan was they were going to play Barrett the first half, and the Trey was going to come in the second half. Their other quarterback, Goodman. Did y'all have a plan to play King anytime, or was it just because Hunt got hurt?
Well, King has been a part of the plan way before this moment to get some burn. So that's been premeditated a little bit or prepped in the slow cooker, so to speak. So it wasn't just a sudden thing. Both of our quarterbacks are elite. It's a reason why we signed both of them. And that was the message going into this season way before we met in person in May, that is no drop off. We're only as good as the weakest link, and there shouldn't be no weakest links on any part of this football team. So
I mean, that's a huge advantage to have two good quarterbacks. We saw both of them tonight.
Yes, sir.
When Hunt went down, there was no panic from y'all. Hunt's QB1, right?
Yep.
And there was like, hey, our leaders are gone to the locker room. No, y'all just insert King and expect the same to happen.
Yes, sir.
Is that what?
That's the expectation, because it's like that for other position groups you'll see, but I know quarterback is very important, critical position, but it's been brewing for both of those guys to get ready. Neither one of those guys signed here to hold a clipboard, and that was the mantra before they signed their contracts, both of them. So kudos to both of those men for having their moments. We're gonna get Jeremy back and going, and back healthy real soon. It's not anything too serious, so thank God for that. And King, hey, good things come to those that wait, and he had his moment, but it wasn't this wasn't his first time getting combat experience. So it's been brewing for both of those guys with the way we structure and run our practices and meetings and stuff.
Couple more questions. Talk about your running backs. You got a stable of running backs. Trey Sanders is one of them. The other one that got the ball a whole lot was
Raekwon Smith.
Raekwon Smith.
Rabbit, yep.
And then Zachary Russell.
Yes, sir.
There's no drop off with those three guys. I mean, we were calling the game and couldn't tell which one was in the game because, of course, we can't see the numbers from right here. But
yes, sir.
But they have similar running styles where they're physical, they're fast. Just talk about having a stable of backs and how much of an advantage that is for y'all to, wear teams down that way.
Yeah, we're grateful for the opportunity, and similar to the quarterback position, which is similar to some positions or all positions on defense, and even with that running back, it's run by committee. So all three of those backs are 4-down backs, and that's the mantra and the expectation that we instill and engrave into their heart. It's just non-negotiable. So it's not going to be a drop off from either one of those, especially when the O-line's doing their piece and they open things up. Running backs made adjustments with reading their blocks and stuff like that. So kudos to them for just pounding. Even when bad things happened at the beginning, they responded when circumstance tried to tell them no.
Let me ask you about the offensive line. We watched last week's game, watched it live. We were watching it live. I know I was. And one of the telling parts of the game was the O-line struggled tremendously. That was one of y'all's bright spots tonight because kept the quarterbacks pretty much clean.
Yep.
I think Hunt got, sacked at the end of the half, and that's what, he went to the locker room. But besides that, they opened tremendous holes for y'all's running game. I thought y'all's running game was, really, really good tonight. Talk about how they could just shake that off, or I don't know, coaching-wise, if y'all changed the scheme, if y'all brought in new personnel. What did y'all do to get it flipped that quick? Because the front four from Midland, from Tall City, they're not bad.
Right.
They get after
They
you
are.
too.
That is an outstanding defensive line, and we were prepped for it. We game planned for it. We knew when we watched the film from first sight, they are bullies. So it wasn't no scrub fest or anything like that. They are elite defensive line.
So how did y'all flip the switch that quick and pretty much flip the script from last week to this week? Because it was telling last week. Couldn't block them. Didn't know if y'all wanted to block them, but it was a problem. And this week, y'all kind of owned the line of scrimmage. How did that happen?
Just mindset. It was an expectation. It was a non-negotiable. And even if other areas of our team had to adapt and things like that, we wanted to control the tempo in the trenches. So, and win the time possession battle. I'll look at this game and stuff if we were able to do that, but one moment at a time with the offensive line, work in harmony, do the small things well. Sometimes it's not about scheme, it's more about alignment, doing the simple things, make sure the spacing's right, block with your feet first, hand second, all that good stuff. So
talk about how important pace is for y'all as a team, especially on the offensive side, because you don't really see it in professional football. And when y'all would line up, it wasn't even a sugar huddle. Y'all were up at the line of scrimmage, ready to go. How important is for that for y'all to have success?
It's critical, and kudos to our coaching staff for instilling that way before this moment, since we met the guys in person, since we were doing virtual meetings back in the earlier months. It's very important for us. So shout out to the coaches for that, and shout out to our players for responding to that. And we also practice and prep like that too. So it doesn't matter if it's team or whatever period. You gotta move with a purpose. It's a purpose. It's periods where you're teaching, walking through formation recognition, whatever, and then it's periods where they know the code word for when it's that period. So hopefully it shows to be second nature when we're out there on the field for the most part.
It's really effective. You can keep that defense on the field.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Coach, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again on the win, and best of luck for the rest of the season. We'll see you in week 6.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Safe travels back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
All right, we're going to wrap up here tonight. Final score, Texas Syndicate 23, Tall City Black Gold 20. This is Tall City Black Gold football, brought to you by Diamondback Energy. Have a good night.
God bless.